Okay, can you hear me? I have to use leeches. I'm sorry. I have to use leeches. Chess.com, my PC just, I don't know. It's my PC. My internet possibly can't handle chess.com. Yep. Unfortunately, all this is just basically country where I'm from. Daily stuff. I'll retry streaming on YouTube on Twitch again and seeing how it goes. If it disconnects, that's about it. But guys, we are here and we have begun. Welcome to the stream. Um get this. Just give me a second. We'll get to the games, trust me. We'll get to all the moves. Okay. Second. Okay. And yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Whew. Now that we've got the nitty-gritty out of the way, guys, it's day one. Allow me on day one to do what I want. Okay, so now we are in. I think this will be okay. If I still face any troubles or any challenges, I'm going straight to YouTube. Funny enough, the weather was very cold, so I wore a sweater. There's nothing underneath the sweater, and now the temperature has come up, so I might have to change during the break, but we'll keep the sweating for now. How badly are they about to be clapped? Very badly, like completely going to be clapped, right? I mean, Africa Games, they clapped that so bad. Actually, they clapped the whole of Africa, and I even think this is not their main team, because I don't see Basem Amin. I don't see Basem over here. But anyways, let's see. Most top players aren't playing this first round. They might play like second, third, or fourth round. Yeah. So this is just, we are looking at Ghana's games. Hasford is actually, I think he's no longer number one. He was passed by Edu Poku. Now, Edu Poku being our national champion and top player is not participating. Not that he's withholding the rounds. He's not participating, which is sad. And he was replaced by another person who is, I mean, he's kind of good. Again, he will beat me in a chess match, but I'm talking about for the level of this tournament, I would have preferred Edu Poku. Imagine Basem being a sub, right? But anyway, I mean, even Magnus isn't playing the first round. Many top players aren't playing the first round. So we had E4, D6, a Caro-Kann. No, D6 is the French. No, or the Piets, please. I am not ready to waste my time. So yeah, Knight F6. Oh yeah. It's the Piets, or the Philidors. And he plays G6. Funny enough, I was discussing this with someone. I was actually discussing this line with someone like this morning. He was looking for something to play as black, and we discussed this exact same line with F4. Oh, he's gonna love this so much. I was talking about playing the anti-Philidors or the Black Lion with Knight B to D7, and instead of going G6, to avoid quick trades in the center. And we're trying to look at this F4 line, which we're like looking at very aggressive lines with, for example, like F4. Again, the engine didn't really accept it, but when we looked at the line, we saw that, okay, even though it's drawish, black looks unsafe in the lines that we're talking about. So we were looking at this line kind of like briefly, and then we're saying, okay, maybe we'll do this, maybe we'll do this, maybe we'll not do this. But it's interesting to see that something we're looking at actually came in. C6 was not what we looked at. We didn't look at C6. Of course, C6 is a very good move. Mostly, what it does is that it helps you put pressure in the center. But normally, I think you'd want to go... Okay, I think C6 is fine. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe you wanted to go Knight B to D7 and then try and keep your opponent guessing. Like, will I go C5 or will I go E5? That's kind of like what I was thinking he would go for. But maybe the pressure with the F4 pawn push is kind of interesting. So this is like a 4. This is a very interesting King's Indian. Let's put it that way. Lot to consider here. Yeah, so now that we're on leashes, everything is fine. When we're on chess.com, we're lagging like crazy. The point I thought was my PC. Let's go to the next Ghana game. We have Akwanda, who is playing as white. I was interested in seeing Akwanda play as black, to be frank. Because we play a similar opening as black. Okay, so he gets hit with the Caro-Kann. Does he play the advance? He plays the... Why do we see these annoying lines? I actually don't remember what this line is. I don't think this is very common. Again, it's a known line, but I don't think it's a common line that is played. Unless, of course, I'm making a mistake here. But takes knight, jumps in, and we have a sort of like Sicilian looking structure here. That's a Sicilian? No, not Sicilian. Sicilian would be... Anyways. So do we get like bishop d3? I'm not using the engine, that's the funny side. That's the sad side about it as well. Takes here, I think it's... You could play it. I don't know if this line is plausible, but here puts pressure on you and get this kind of like... It's classical. So trust me, I'm not going to be here throughout. They're going to play about 6 hours. 5-6 hours of chess. Trust. I don't know what these lines are. Bishop to d3. Knight takes, bishop takes, knight f4. Yeah, this is normal. I feel like they're going to be... I don't know. I feel like you should try and win these rounds. But I feel like people are taking this round rather like easily. Of course, it makes sense. Maybe you are jet lagged, so on and so forth. So rather than risk anything, you go for a draw. But yeah. I really don't know. I feel... I don't know. I just get this feeling that we're going to get a lot of draws. But I mean, 2400 is not going to draw against the 1900. I don't think there's a world where that happens. Let's look for Bernard. E4, C5, another... Okay, so Bernard is playing the Sicilian. Knight F3, D6. Okay, knight C6, D4, C takes D4, knight takes D4. Bishop to G5. Okay, so he doesn't give him the opportunity to go dragon. He could still try to go for it, but I don't think it works here. I don't know how plausible this like move is. This d5 move is. I don't know how plausible this move is. I have seen, for example, ideas of queen coming in here in some lines. Again, I'm not too keen on Sicilian lines. I haven't learned them yet. So I'm doing what I can with what I know. Based on what I see, I can make some recommendations. Trading is too slow. You have to think about e5 at some points. E6 fine. Developing the bishop. I mean, for Sicilian, it looks real passive. And let's look at Clinton. Clinton is playing this very interesting game. It's a Queen's Gambit accepted. I call it a Queen's Gambit delayed accepted because he declines here and then he accepts later on. Yeah, and I've actually looked at this line briefly like many years ago when I was looking at Queen's Gambit accepted. And yeah. So funny how some of these positions have literally been murdered to death. But as far as I'm concerned, black aims for like activity on the aims for activity on the queen side. There are some like disadvantages to playing in this way, in the sense that you are over exerting pressure here without like really developing your pieces. As you can see, comparatively, yes, both of them are developed, but I think white has a way of counter-attacking in such positions. It's not completely over here. Not like maybe I don't know if you want to go to here before pushing like e4, just pressing on your opponent. But yeah, his opponent is really coming for his neck. Clinton really has to do... I don't like these kind of pressure moves. I personally don't like pressure moves. Fine, if you give it to me, I'll deal with it. But I just personally... I think most chess players are not interested in these kind of things. So the idea here, first of all, this is the first thing you have to think about. Of course, also as white, you have to be careful because taking here can lead into this kind of line. So it remains to be seen what is going to be done. I don't know if you could actually go... This is why I wanted to use chess.com. Like if you could go takes, then queen comes in here. And if queen takes, knight takes, then you continue the game this way. Your king is stuck in the center. There's nothing interesting going on. I don't know if you go for something along those lines. Of course, knight takes is also a possibility. But bishop coming in here, I feel is an overexertion. I don't know how real what I'm saying is, but maybe bishop a6, knight f3. Again, aiming for this whole idea of counter-attacking the center. If your opponent attacks you on one side of the board, the best idea is to counter-attack in the center. At least that's what I'm told. So maybe you look for ideas around this section. It remains to be seen. Okay, so we did have bishop to a6, then queen to c2. Huh. Like, is it really that necessary? Because pawn push, I was thinking is not a threat. Of course, I think black is the one on the defense here, but queen here. Again, I'm looking for ways to counterattack. But all this could be fine. Again, I'm not well versed on these lines. Again, you are still aiming to capture back. This pawn up, black is temporarily a pawn up. He's not really going to hold the pawn for eternity. Pawn push here actually does help your opponent hold the pawn for eternity. We'll look at the female section in some time, but let's briefly look at this. Again, I'm not convinced with this. As nice as it looks, I'm not convinced about this. Not at all. Not in the least. Not convinced at all. What moves we continue with? Do we try and add pressure here? I don't think there's any more ways you can hold on to this. Pawn push here, maybe trying to force things. I think to force things, maybe e4, e5. e5, if takes, funny move b4. Of course, you're giving the pawn back, then b4. Bishop coming in here. Again, I think this is just terrible what I'm recommending. But anyways, I'm just thinking how I want to think. What happened? Okay, we have a6. Is this a knight off? To me, everything is a knight off. So e6, a6. Wait, e6, queen d2, a6. He finally takes. We take again. Okay, and this is looking fine. I think maybe you have ideas of f4, e5. But I think your opponent wants to castle queen side, put pressure on this pawn. Not really. Takes. Again, what I'm saying is that he doesn't actually want to put pressure on this. This is beginning to look like a hedgehog for black. It looks like black is playing a hedgehog. Then again, with the kings castled in different sides of the board. It looks like there's a lot of potential for black to kind of like do some interesting attacks. But that remains to be seen. Again, you still have to deal with this pressure because of e4. So I don't know what you do when you see something like f4. Since opposite side castling, f4 makes sense. Let me... Okay, so I've turned on the engine, so you can tell what's happening in the position. So yeah, first and foremost, you want to deal with this. I don't know exactly how you want to deal with this. Maybe h6 allows takes, and you can still get hit with this, because if you take, you open up some problems here. So maybe a6 is not the way to go. Here it's fine, because if your opponent pushes, you can come in here, takes, and now the bishop defends that square. It's the classical line. Okay, back to Hasford. Okay, this game is really taking shape. Okay, d6, bishop to d3, all normal. I thought, what's I don't remember it. Did I used to play like bishop here? I mean, you could also try and go for the 4-knight, the 4-pawn attack. Wouldn't really recommend it because of the weakness here. Castles kingside, h3. Wow. I don't think white is castling here. Or maybe it's not castling now. But yeah, these guys are coming for us. These guys are definitely coming for us. Yeah, there's no mercy in how they are playing. Aggressive from the start. Let's hope that it backfires. Knight a6 and then castles kingside. Okay, I said there was going to be no castle, but there's a castle in here. So I mean, I think at some point you want to get this in, but this knight move I don't really get. Maybe he wants to target the bishop, but then again, if you play like this and your opponent comes in here, what are you really gaining? So I was looking forward to like breaking in the center. Yes, even though your opponent plays F, there are lines where you can't play this. So this move doesn't really, I don't really get this move for white, for black. Does the engine support moves like that? Knight a5 doesn't really make much sense. Again, when I don't play this whole thing with g6, and again, if you are saying your idea is to target this bishop, that doesn't make any sense. What I would think he's trying to do is to bring the knight here to play this move. Right? He's trying to get the knight over to this square to play d5. But I don't know. Normally when my opponent hits me with this move, my plan is to jump knight here. But when you play, if you play this, if you are to play that, then you lose that idea. But white king, like if black can play this well, I mean this could entirely backfire. This could really backfire. So it remains to be seen. Is this a viable strategy? Like I really can't tell. Is this a viable strategy? Yeah, and I'm like, why? Like, what does this accomplish? If it's about playing c5, I don't get. Bishop can just go back to e2, and it's like you've wasted the time. Maybe there's some kind of motif here I'm not seeing. Maybe there's, I mean, even if you're not playing the utmost best moves in the position, some ideas can be used, right, in other positions. Some ideas of positions you are aware of can be used in other positions. You can translate those ideas in certain games, but this just doesn't seem to make any sense, unless of course the board is giving me like wrong moves. This I don't get this whole plan. It feels wrong. Like, where is this knight going? This does not feel right from Hasbro. It might be, I don't know. It just does not feel right from Hasbro. Engine says best move is b5. I'm like, why b5? What I'm thinking about is like c5. I'm looking at c5. I don't know if this move cannot be played anymore, can it? I mean, you may not even need to rush with like a3 now. I think you can just slow play and develop. That knight is out of the game, right? If ideally in a king's Indian defense you are breaking in the center or you're attacking on the king side, just go e5. Nah, this doesn't make any sense. Now this knight is utterly useless. Unless, of course, your opponent takes, but I don't think your opponent is going to take. He can just play e5. And you're facilitating his attack. Like this, I don't get what's going on here. But I don't even know. Okay, so e5, let's say here, with pawn push, could be an idea. You can slide all the pieces into the attack. I really don't know what's going on here. And with so much time on his clock, I feel like he's playing relatively fast. It could be prep, but so far I don't support the move. It doesn't seem to make any much sense to me. And imagine he wins this, I'll be like, wow. Okay, so e5 is what we're expecting to see. You could play a3, then e5. Because a3, your opponent would have to respond. So that there's no, like, funny business before you go e5. But, again. Wait, a3, what about just takes? Huh. Then it looks entirely different. Or do we just trade off? I mean, that kind of resolves a lot. Okay, yeah. Maybe just bishop takes. Okay, I mean, that could be something. I think he... Okay. Let's see what his opponent is. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so he takes, here, we got here. Takes, here. Takes, queen, oh, no! It's either they are playing for a draw. Okay, it's not really a symmetrical endgame. And there are some key things to kind of... Okay, the kings are in the center, so it doesn't really make much sense. This could easily be a draw. The 4-on-3 versus a 4-on-3. Castling is not necessary now. You can castle if you want to, but castling is not really necessary now. I wouldn't do this. I personally wouldn't do it. As white, interesting. The engine is recommending what? A4, H4, and c3. I don't get why it's these three specific pawn pushes, but my mind isn't even there. This is actually what I was going to play. Like, my mind wasn't on any of these pawn pushes, and I don't see the essence of them. Okay, f6. Come in here, not a big deal. King d2. Again, castling doesn't make any sense here. c3, you could play c3, but king d2 is better. Again, if the opponent does this, you can always play c3. Okay, one has a bishop and knight versus two bishops. Okay. Funny move the engine is recommending is h4. I don't know why it keeps recommending h4. Okay, let's give it a try. h4, bishop takes. Rook c1. Bishop to d3. Rook c7. b6. Doesn't look scary in any way. I don't see it. It doesn't look scary in any way. It doesn't look scary in any way. Let's go to Bernard and Huerta's position. Any developments? So we had a6, knight takes, pawn takes, castles, and then queen to b6. So we mentioned some of these ideas coming up. And again, it looks like a hedgehog for black. Then again, the king didn't castle this side, so I can't really show my knowledge of the hedgehog. But normally you have these pawns here like a prickly hedgehog. So the pawns would represent the spikes of the hedgehog. Very interesting position. I really used to love the hedgehog in the past. Yeah, you can create some attacking possibilities. Doesn't really amount to much, but yeah. The hedgehog is more or less positional. It's a very positional opening. Again, this is not a classical hedgehog position, but you have to properly time when you want to play your e4 or d5 breaks. e5 or d5 breaks. A wrongly timed break loses the position, but yes, that's not the problem. Again, he's allowing this takes. Maybe he just feels like he's safe in the center and it doesn't really strike him as a problem. I personally would have looked at like bishop to e2. But all this is fine. You're making your opponent have to think about the pressure you have on his position rather than just responding to his pressure. Yeah, this is kind of the reason why you might get e5 at some point. d5 at some point. Again, always deal with this. So we'll get this. Either you castle first or not, we'll see. But this is a move. Now this move runs into bishop back, I guess. But you still have these ideas. The only maybe problem you have to think about is the fact that you might be allowing the knight in at some point. I don't think you'd want to bring the bishop here. These are the kind of lines I'm looking at, because the rest doesn't really make much sense to me. The rest of the lines really don't make much sense to me. Rook to b8 brings an immediate response from your opponent. Then you can still do this in that time, right? He has to respond one way or the other. And then we can go this way. Try to put the position. Okay. Well. But yeah, who are you guys supporting? Do you guys have a team that you are supporting, a team you are looking to do well? You can let me know. I mean, obviously I'm rooting for Ghana, but we have some very bad stats already. I don't know. So we are in Bishop C4, and we're waiting for it. Planting. Okay, so now everything has been dealt with. Yeah, everything has been dealt with. So, okay, so I mentioned that this move could be played. I was thinking it wasn't the right timing to play it, but takes, and you've successfully prevented your opponent from castling. So white cannot castle, but then again, this is a fine position. I don't think there's any problem. Maybe the ideas, I was looking at some ideas, but those ideas maybe were too far-fetched. I was looking at immediate ways to counter and attack the queen. That's basically the lines I was considering. Yeah, I don't know how. Okay, you may not even need to play e6. This is also an idea. Your aim is the queen side, and there are many ways you can put pressure on the queen side. Here, I think you can do 6 knight b to d7. Interesting. I think the idea is still the same. You want to try and facilitate a pawn push here. Maybe rook comes in, pawn push. I don't like the position for black. Again, engine gives a good advantage to white. I don't like the position for black because it's now that black is developing his pieces, but the king seems like bad. Especially if you like try and play something like this, you just lose your ability to castle and your king is stuck in the center. Compared to white, who's also like lost the ability to castle, I feel like well, I believe that white is better off, or that this king is bad in that kind of position. Yeah. So what kind of ideas can we go for here? We can't play this anymore, which is kind of like the idea I was rooting for. I don't know about this. We go f3, f4. Developing the knights, maybe going here, then bringing the rook. I'm thinking black would want to push this pawn. What other ideas could he have? Could he do? The knight is the only piece he has moved. That's why I want him to move it. Trying to take over the file doesn't really make much sense because the moment you play this, you'd have to take. Oh, but not really that big of a deal. Because if here, I think. These are my moves. Nigeria playing. Hey, Baduru Jababa. Baduru. Hmm. You solved that issue. I was looking at ideas of going into, but you solved it. Let's go on to the next game. We'll take one final look at the guys, then we'll move on to the female section. We'll see how the girls are doing as well. Okay, this is the Hasford game. Yeah. Good. So he went E5. Hopeful ranking for Ghana. Anything above 100 is cool for me. Anything above 100 is good for me. I mean, we are seated 150th, so anything above 100. If we can get 90th, I'll be okay. 94 takes. Aha. So I was looking at something similar to this. I wasn't so sure. Looking at ideas of bringing these stuff in. Take this, bring the bishop in. I'm not so sure if, because here is this possible. I mean, it locks in the bishop, so I don't know if we'd want to play that. I don't think we'll get gold. I doubt it. But if we like, there are some positions that would shock me if we do get them. Yeah. I don't think we are at that stage yet. I personally don't think we are at that stage yet. It will take a few years, but I think we are on track. Maybe in about 5 years, I'm expecting some big changes. Maybe not even 5 years, it could be 10 years from now. If the trajectory continues as it is, then it's likely. This guy's in a cage. This could be an attempt, but I don't know how good that is. But as always, if you guys are enjoying the stream, you can always support with liking, subscribing, and so on and so forth. Sorry. I don't know what his plan is here. It's saying, engine is saying F5 as well, but I don't know how good F5 is. F5 with captures and passants. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I need to be convinced about this move, but I'm not convinced about it. Podium finishes. I mean, it could be US, India, US, India. I mean, this is what I'm thinking about. Maybe first would be India. Maybe the women's section, India being first is not too far off. Yeah. I mean, it depends on so many things. So now G5. I'm looking at ideas of F, but I don't know how F works. Which is why I'm trying to bring the bishop in here. If, of course, we trade off the bishops, then pawn push is very good. Regardless of how unsafe white looks, I feel like white's attack CQ make more merit. Have more merit. I really feel for the commentators who have to be doing this for the rest of like the 11 days, because I'm already yawning. Not easy. F5 is the best try to keep the pawn, to hold on to the pawn. Again, when you play F5, engine recommends capturing a passant, but I don't know. I don't know if that's really all that there is to it. Here, my work. Here, it might not work. Hey, now we see why H4 was useful. Still doesn't make much sense, though. Still doesn't make much sense. Maybe that's what the engine knew. The engine knew that all these lines could happen, and that's what. A5. I mean, I like how this king is just standing in the center with no fear. He's like, you know what? If you want to attack me, attack me. But like, white doesn't have anything. Yeah, A5. Yeah, increasing the pressure. Here, here, here. We have this move, and eventually, if you trade off here, this becomes a very big weakness. And now we can infiltrate. So basically, what I'm saying is, if you do this, I can come in here. If you come in here, I can come in here. If you come in here, I can take, and if you take, then I have this infiltration. That's basically what I'm looking at here. This is just too good for black. You have to be careful here. Any of these like funny lines could happen. Any of these funny lines could happen. H3, H4. Personally, when I see two pawns, if it's just one pawn, I can go H4. But when I see like these type of moves, I go H3. So H3, if your opponent comes in, he's still trying. I don't think that works. E4 maybe. Funny enough, the engine here is like, just go A5. I don't get these subtle moves that the engine is making. To be frank, I don't get these subtle moves the engine is making. Sorry, these are my lines. Yeah, so H5 is what he played. H4, G5, H4, G4. H4, G4. Where are the knight move? Knight D3. I mean, we still do have a minority attack here. We have A5, B5. We can always have this minority attack. Slot in the king to C7, since you have a dark squared bishop. So we slot in the king to C7. We develop the bishop. I don't know where exactly. But we develop the bishop and then put our 2 rooks here, and then we start a minority attack on these pawns, eventually creating a weakness which we can exploit. I think that's the goal of I think that's black's goal here. So now a5 makes more sense to me. I now see the minority attack possibility over here, especially if your opponent defends. You can now start to go for this full minority. This is actually looking a little bit scary. As I consider the engine moves, I realized, okay, it's actually scary. This is actually scary. This is actually scary. If there's a way to explore, like if there's a way you can get this bishop out of here and exploit this weakness. Currently, it's not so easy to exploit this weakness. Best way would be like 1, 2, 3 to come and target here. But by the time this knight actually gets to this square, your opponent can block it with b6, or your opponent can even defend it. So this is the weak point. I think these two guys you could consider are the weak point of black. But it's not so easy to target these weak points. Like, how are you going to do it? That's the question. How do you target those weak points? How do you target those weak points? I'm actually shocked. Sorry, these are my lines. I'm actually shocked how just trading, which looks like, okay, we are going for a draw, ends up to this type of position. Again, with best play, maybe it's still a draw, but it looks like black is making headway as compared to white. And I'm beginning to get worried for white because it seems like no matter what white does, there's a problem. And if you go here, like we mentioned, again, that same minority attack issue comes in. But then I was looking at this first because you have to go in for this. So I really don't know. Some games are already ended. Oh, don't worry, we'll look at some other countries. I will. I was hoping to find Nigeria's board, but I can't find it. For some strange reason. So h5 is where we are. Next game, then we'll pop on to the women's section. Okay. Okay, so he finally. Okay, wait. So he played. Yeah. So we looked at we discussed these lines a little bit, and yeah. Now you are okay to start maybe h4, h5. Funny ideas like that. Finally, one of my favorite movies is I really love f4. I don't know why. But these days I'm beginning to love f4. Again, I'm not rooting for white, I'm rooting for black. But I'm happy to see this move. Yeah, these are kind of like the ideas I was expecting. Yeah. Here. I don't know if you want to play this, you can't. So here, just to test the waters. But I think they want to play this and I come in this way. Now you are giving g4, g5 like a place, right? g4, g5 is now having like a place. So it's interesting to see. Yeah. So maybe here we just take. If you play this. It just looks too weakening. Oh, bishop to g5, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Oh no, that doesn't work. That only works unless if you are down. But the idea I'm thinking about doesn't actually work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Again, unless you're dumb, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mean, you could try e4. If your opponent goes e5. Yeah, target this. And I think maybe this is slightly different. Still doesn't work. Okay, sucks for me. Trying to make a bad idea work doesn't happen that way. Okay. Okay, let's look at Clinton once again. Let me reload this. I'm not seeing stuff. Okay. Clinton. Okay, so we had this whole line. Bishop comes in, knight jumps in, knight to e2. Rook comes in, knight to f4, queen to f5. That's too many knight moves. Now, I get the whole idea of trying to develop the knight to an active square. But I don't know. It could just be a good idea, but I'm like, okay, so now where's the prospect of your knight? Of course, I think his issue here is that this move could be played. Right, so for example, if here you played here, let's see. Right, I think his problem is that e5 could be played. Maybe that's his problem. Or was it really that bad, right? Takes, let's say your opponent takes here. Maybe, okay, you can take here and then you're still targeting this. So your opponent may not want to go for such a line. Hmm. Okay, now I'm too busy looking at what could have been. Let's look at what is. So looking at this position, maybe the desire of this knight is to either go in here or here. Both don't look good because I feel like the moment you go in here, your opponent just plays e6. He can't play e6 now because if he plays e6, there could be this possible trade because of course this is like your bad bishop, so you could trade off and then keep your opponent stuck in the center. So I think your opponent as much as possible wants to avoid this, but the moment you play this, he's definitely going to play it. And here I don't even know. Like, I don't really know. Are we eventually ever going to get my move? I mean, I've been hoping for this 1,000 times. Okay, so knight to e4. Black is fixing himself up. Black is fixing himself up. Yeah, this is not looking good. I mean, here, do you really want to go here? Probably here, then this move can actually do something. Rook comes in with this. It could actually do something. Ah, but he has this. Rook. And maybe, because maybe not rook first, but like I was looking at something like this. Because now if takes again, Yeah, I mean, you may not be winning, but then you have something against your opponent here. That's kind of like what I'm looking at here. You have something against your opponent in this line. Again, I think at this point, maybe you'd be fine. The point is, you're getting your king stuck. And... yeah, pawn push. Takes. I don't know. Anyways, we're on 95. So there are myriad of options. You can try to save the queen. Queen b3. Wait! Wait, you are kidding. I'm looking at the engine right now. The only move that maintains like an equal game according to the engine is e4. If then the next move is what? g4. Which is also bad. Knight to e3. Knight to e3 for black. In which line? Like here. Here. Knight to e3. Oh! Why would that not work? I think simply king to e2. Ah, yeah, king to e2, and then the knight just doesn't have... yeah, because the queen is still under attack, so it's just a temporary move if you're playing e4. Or maybe you're talking about, like, let's say I save the queen, like queen b3. Then, yeah. Sorry, queen b3. Sorry. Queen b3, then, yeah, your move makes sense. But after e4, knight here doesn't really make much sense. I think that's the point of e4. So I think you are right. Your move is the actual plan of the whole position. That is the actual plan of the whole position. Of what? That's the plan of black. Sorry. The point is to go knight takes e3. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I actually did not realize that. Yeah. So that's the whole point, and that's what e4 prevents. So until you see this tactic of knight takes, you are going to make a wrong move. Right. So e4 makes sense because now if your opponent does come in here, right? It doesn't work, right? Because now your two pieces are under attack. You can't really defend with the queen as well. And if your opponent, of course, if he takes here, you just take here. So, you're very right. I actually didn't even see that whole idea. I was just looking at what move I should play and why I should play, but I didn't really see the threat of black here. That's interesting. Yeah, so e4 is the only good move. g4, the same issue of knight takes. And if I come in here, this is it. Wow. Okay, wait. So you take here. Knight b6. Oh, okay. This I don't get. Maybe a FIDE master would know this, but I don't see this. Yeah, because king here, queen takes. I get the fact that the king is very loose in the center, and the only things defending the king are pieces, and the thing defending the king is pieces. Key points, nice. I have to remember all this for the recap. I have to remember all this for the recap. That's crazy. And that's all the Ghanaian games. Let's look at the... let me keep this here. Let me keep this here and let me go here. Let me go to the female section. Whoop. Nope. Let's go 75 maybe. All teams Ghana. Not here. Let's check the first one. No, second one. We're not in the first one, the second one. We will be in the second one. I don't think we'll be here. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. Let's see how the girls are doing. Now, the girls are... Okay, let's just... Gertrude is playing against the GM. Oh, this is gonna be a torture. Let's see what Gertrude plays now. Okay. Oh, this is fine. These knight moves are very flexible because you can transpose into many different ideas, but that's fine. We have a sort of Queen's Gambit decline. Grunfeld. A6. Why does she keep playing A6? I've never understood it. I've never understood it. Like, I get the idea of A6 because I do play the idea of A6, but especially when you play A6 here, that doesn't really make much sense. For example, if the game is to continue in a position where your opponent plays this, then you want to take, and after take, then you want to play this. This, I understand for A6. Right, but in a position where you've played C6, I don't know how viable of an option it is. It could be viable, but I don't know how viable of an option it is. Yes. So takes, and yeah. We have this sort of Carlsbad pawn structure, except with the C pawn being traded off. Ideas are very simple here. This is looking a little bit good for... This is looking a little bit good for white here. At least when I was studying the Carlsbad structure, these are things you want. Again, you can play this. But if I fall, I think that's what you even want in the first place. But I think at this point, that's what you can. That's all you can do. Queen to C6, I don't think you want to do that because eventually we are going to get these ideas. You don't want to put your queen in that position. This bishop will be staring at granite, especially after knight here. Bishop to D3. This bishop is going to be staring at granite, not really having anything that's doing. We have B6, B5. I mean, I think is what he's going to play here. Again, you could still get a draw, but it's slightly equal. So the game continues. Rook A7. What? I'm sorry, Gertrude is my friend. So when I see certain moves, I get confused and I get. Yeah, this is not fine. Okay. Here, knight jumps in, takes. Okay. Bishop, castles, kingside, castles. Okay, everything is fine. I don't know if she's going to go f4 here, but we have knight to d3. Oh yes, yeah, knight to d3 is good. Knight to d3 is good. I actually just remember something about Carlsbad structure. So here we can, I mean, oh wait, I was supporting white for a second there. That was a blunder from me. I was supporting white for a second there. I was supposed to be supporting black. F. Yes, let's flip the board. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe with the knights here now, you can try and play something like b6 and then shimmy your rook over here. Because white might get very active very soon. But then, yeah, your knight wants to be either here or here. I'm trying to remember where black's knight is causing the most problems in the Carlsbad structure. Again, there's an exchange, so you can't really call it a Carlsbad, but it still looks like a Carlsbad. And I think some of the rules still apply. Maybe eventually. The thing is, if you go b5, you create the possibility of a knight being slotted here for a very long time. Right? This becomes a very powerful outpost for the knight. That's kind of like why I'm against playing b5. Remains to be seen though. Okay, knight jumps in is completely fine. But then f3 is always a fine move. Yes, you are creating dark square weaknesses. But it's a viable move option in my opinion. It's a viable move option. Again, you shouldn't play it now simply because this bishop is hanging. But I consider it. Actually, if the knight takes the bishop, aren't you happy? Again, this is a free bishop, but like if this knight takes this bishop, shouldn't you be happy? Like I think you should be happy as white if black takes this, because I think this knight is far better than this bishop, comparatively speaking. I don't know. So here the engine says bishop to e1 or bishop to b4. I personally like bishop to b4. Bishop to b4 basically because you are trading your bad bishop for your opponent's good bishop. That's personally why I like that. I don't like bishop to e1, even though it's the recommended move of the engine. I don't like it because, of course, the obvious thing is that it cuts the communication between the two rooks. Sorry, bishop to e1. What the engine is saying. Ah, bishop to e1 because f3 is going to be played and then you can wow. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense when you understand it. How many of us don't understand? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, let's look at Maud Benson. So Gertrude is the current female national champion in Ghana. Gertrude. Now we have Maud, but they are really spending time thinking. D4, D5, C4, E6, G3. Catalan. Knight jumps in. I always have this thing where if I know your rating and I know your skill level, I always say don't play certain openings. I mean, people have different views, but I feel like if you are not 1800 FIDE, how's the game going? Badly. But Brandon, quickly, let me go back to the mail section. Do you know something funny? I think it's this, right? It's here. You are so going to flip. You are so going to flip. Look at the moves. D4, D5, C4, C6, Knight C3. No, it's not this. Wait, no. No. Sorry, it's this game. Where's Hasford's game? Hasford. It's Hasford I'm looking at. So look at this game. So we have E4, D6. E4, D6. D4, Knight F6. Knight C3, G6. And guess what is played here? F4. F4. That's why this is so funny. We literally discussed this whole line just this morning. Like, just this morning. And the funny thing that was played here is after bishop to G7, Knight F3, which we talked about. What we discussed, I think we discussed, yeah, we literally talked about this. We talked about C6 bringing the queen in here. But guess what? Bishop D3 castles H3. And he goes Knight A6. I was like, no one plays here. I know, right? I know, right? But this whole idea I didn't really understand. It was like, nah, G. It was like, nah. I was really wondering what was going on. But anyways, we can look at this afterwards. But I think Knight H6 is a bad move. Maybe inaccurate. Maybe it's not bad, but inaccurate. It doesn't make much sense because now you are, and not just even this. I think that the knight is very bad here. Not just that, you play D5. Again, I'm thinking this is prep, but this just looks like a good position. This just looks like a good position, right? So I don't know. Anyways, we are now looking at the females. We'll look at the females for a brief moment and then we'll get back. Yeah. So Maud. He's playing this sort of like Catalan structure. Where will we get to? Yeah. Really? Thank you for letting me know. Let me fix this up right now. Thank you for letting me know. When the kids come over, sometimes they drop my mic. And okay. Get this. I don't know what that is, but I'll be grateful. Let me get it. This mic is very bad and it's very old. I've been using it since 2020. Ah, yeah. This sucks. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Like, it's usually very fine, but then... Oh, nice. Give me a second. Oh, boy. Okay, I think it's good now. Yeah. Yeah. When... normally I just have to turn it back off, turn it off and turn it on. But the problem is once I've started streaming, because I'm not listening to the stream actively, I can't tell when it comes back. Oh, but if you can, I mean, that's great. You don't really have to go out of your way to do it. But if you can, that'd be great. That will be great. That will definitely be great. Wait, what? I can't see. Wait, give me a second. Let me open my YouTube. Apparently, people are talking on YouTube. I'm not seeing it. Ah, this sucks. Give me a second. Let me check on YouTube. What's going on YouTube? Guys, it's day one. Allow me. Allow me to be bad. Allow me to be bad. Nah, there's nothing going on YouTube. There's nothing going on YouTube. I'm not seeing anything on YouTube. Well. Yeah. Okay, so I'm here. Oh, this sucks. I'll fix all this before tomorrow. So guys, don't worry. This happened also at the African International Chess Championships. So I'm sorry if there's any problems that you're experiencing. Don't worry. Tomorrow when I'm streaming with Brandon, it will be cool. And don't worry, you have the sweet sounding mic of Brandon to help you. So you'll deal with it. Razor Siren. You know, I was thinking that Shure was the most common one, but apparently, yeah. Razor. Okay, I have heard of Razor. I mean, HyperX sounds cool, but Razor is I think the most known one, right? I think Razor has a what you call it, but that'll be cool. So where was I? I don't really know the Catalan lines, and I know it's very like positional. Ah, yeah. Razor is more reliable. Okay, then I'd prefer that. I haven't done a check on it. Maybe I'll check on the two of them, and then I'll just let you know. I really don't know what the difference is. So with this one, for example, it's out of stock in Ghana. Why was I born in this country? I mean, they are both good. There's both good and bad, right? There's both good and bad. So there are some goods of being born in this country, and there are some bads of being born in this country. You know, sometimes I want to like sub to you, but my country is blacklisted for PayPal. That's how sad it is, right? So I watch streamers, but I can't support. At least if I'm using it through PayPal, which I think is what everybody uses, I guess. Which is why sometimes people try to donate, but they can't donate. Yeah, it's one of the like one time someone donated like $30, but it didn't. I mean, I had to send it back to the person because I couldn't do anything with it, sadly. Anyways, so we are still looking at mods game. Okay, oh boy, I know that okay, I mean, oh, we're going to have a hanging pawn structure, right? So for example, if I've not learned the hanging pawn structure yet, but for example, like, hey, that'd be cool. That'd be great. That'd be great. I'll hit you up on that. So takes. I know that there's something called a hanging pawn structure, and I know it looks something like this. But I don't understand the ramifications of such like structures. I know that's the hanging pawn structure, but I don't know. I'm excited to see it because I studied it, but I don't know much. Like I studied it in passing. But yeah, if takes, that's what we get. I don't think white is actually good enough to open the structure. Black could try that. Black could do it, but I don't know if white is ready to handle the position that comes out of it. I don't know if there's this in the position, but you have to be very careful as white here. Okay, so we have rook to c8, which is the move I was talking about. But look at the time difference. It's either they came in late or they are, I mean, I don't know. Like we are really struggling. But like any win we get is going to be like crazy because I think we are highly underrated in this tournament. As in like we are very likely to, what am I trying to say? What's the word I'm trying to say? Like we are very weak considering the rating levels. So to beat any of these like countries with IMs, FMs, it will be great. Like it will be very good news for us. So in as much as I have my like grievances about some of the things I'm seeing them playing, if it nets them a win, I have no problem with it. Of course, I wasn't there when they were doing their prep. I personally have my biases against certain openings. Sure, all the best in your tournament today as well. Yeah, I have my personal grievances about certain openings because I feel like they are too difficult when you don't have very good understanding of positions. And it's very easy to deceive yourself in chess that you understand certain concepts. Like you hear forking and you think you understand forking in chess. You hear it and you think you understand it. Oh, I'm attacking two or more pieces at the same time. When you get to a higher level of understanding in chess, you see forks in a different light, right? So some chess concepts seem easy. Like when I just tell you they seem easy, but to really understand and master them is a different thing. Like Zwischenzug, triangulation, Zugzwang. They sound like when you explain the concept, it sounds simple, but it's very difficult to understand and master. And I feel like these kinds of positional games, if you don't really understand positional chess, which is a very difficult thing, I think, to understand as a chess player, you shouldn't play them. I call myself positional, but I avoid positional openings because I don't have a full understanding of them. So you rarely ever see me play a positional opening. Rarely, I don't think I even play a positional opening. I used to play the hedgehog and I stopped because it's technical. You know, when it comes to fighting, you're always looking at your opponent's center of gravity and attacking their weak side. Or I think how Magnus described it about football is that you can allow your opponent to focus their energy on one side and then switch to another side, right? So in the same way, that's the same way a positional player looks at the board. You have to look at the changes in the board, the slight changes in the board, and identify those like weaknesses quickly and then deal with them. But if you don't see it, then you have a problem. And that's why I speak against certain openings. Not that they are bad, they are very good and it's good to know them. But yeah. Knight b to d2. Maybe a trade is just fine. Takes, and then you've kind of disconnected the rooks. Now coming in here is a problem. Okay, but maybe knight takes, you play knight takes again. And still, I don't know what you want to do here. I really don't know what you want to do here. I really don't know what you want to do here. Let's look at Toby. Toby was the former national champion, 5-time national champion. Let's see. She plays the London system as well. Okay, so we have this. Yeah, so you can see she plays the London system sort of like as black. What is with the Catalans? There are so many Catalans. Okay, we have h6, understandable. Queen comes in. Wait, we know this is wrong. Wait, why did white trade? Usually when you have this kind of standoff of queens in the London system or in these modern type structures, whoever trades first is wrong. Okay, I mean, it's an evenish position. Gives a little bit of help to black, but I think this is fine. Mod and Gijo are already out. Mod's position is not bad. Hey, Carson, what's up? I'm doing good. Good to see you as well. Mod and Gijo, they are doing quite well. Gijo is actually not in a good position. Her king is stuck in the center. What position did she play? I mean, until, like, if they are spending this time to think about their moves, I'm grateful. Like, I'm happy to see that. You know, it means they're taking it seriously. And I like to see that. Okay. Does Chicho play this? That I have to steady up on the Ghanaian players again. Talking about on time. No. They are cool. They are cool on time. They get 30 seconds every move. Then on move 40, they get an extra hour. You can be here for 5 hours. They are not down on time. Maybe until let's see Gijo's move. Okay, yeah, okay, maybe Gijo is out. Yeah, they are move 15. She has to make 25 moves. She has to make 25 moves in 15 minutes. Let's say 30 seconds added. Maybe in about 20 minutes. She has to make 15 moves, 25 moves in 20 minutes. I mean, it's possible. Again, we have these positions, which I've seen, but I don't really understand. Wait, these guys are playing out of their minds. Again, maybe I don't really know their openings very well, but it feels like they're playing very well. Takes. Okay, so she elects to go for the queen trade. Okay, she's completely fine. I mean, she can still castle. The question is, can her opponent keep putting the pressure on? A6 bishop takes. And I don't know how you play this position from there. You have to get this king safe somewhere. What? What's the purpose of this move? Like, what is he aiming for? Is it just to develop and then, let's say, bring the rook here? I mean, that makes sense, because, like, if you're expecting your opponent to play this move next, then rook a to c8 makes perfect sense, right? It makes perfect sense if that's what you're aiming for. Because eventually this knight can move somewhere. So, like, for example, takes... Sorry? What? Okay, so white has to make a move here. Maybe this? Nah. Try and think of a move to do. Yeah, so another thing, there's an interesting discussion going on the page, and yeah, Ghanaians are very underrated. You know, reason being, one, we don't travel a lot to play outside tournaments unless, of course, they are within Africa, and so we don't really get this opportunity to play high level tournaments. So the highest rated player is 1900. What that means is that the highest you can possibly get is 2100. You know. So you could have someone in Ghana who is like 2000 rated, but it's actually 2400, 2300. If you get the gist of it, yeah. So yeah. Anybody play the landing system? No, unfortunately. Landing system isn't that popular. Sadly. Don't worry, all I have to do is make it popular. That's about it. All I have to do is make it popular. And trust me, I will. I was looking at Toby's game. Yeah, Toby plays the London, sort of. Yeah, and I was saying that after the trade of queens, I felt like black is slightly better. So yeah, my point of saying that whole thing about the rating is because if anybody underestimates us, we can easily beat that person, right? So castles, yeah, and then that's why you should have played knight first. Now this knight has a very strong outpost. Anyways, it's fine. Knight jumps in, takes, and e4. No. Black is preferred here. Black is definitely preferred here. At least whenever I play the opening and I get these types of structures, I think black is preferred. Back to the men's section. Is the open, but let's call it the men's section for now. Okay. Okay, so where did we got f4. F4 is where we stop, right? After g6. No, I mean, what was it? F5 is what I'm looking at. Yeah, we got into all this and we said f5. Yeah, so we looked at f5, and Engine was saying in this position that you want to, what do you call it, capture en passant, but I was sort of against it. He does capture en passant. Bishop comes in with check, knight blocks, and then you take, pawn push, and the knight can simply go back. Okay, it's not looking as bad as I thought it would. But now you have a very caged bishop. And yeah, you have a very caged bishop. And I think, okay, but how does white make headway? Are we going to go here and here? Like b3, bring the bishop here? Because once, I mean, I don't know how you can even target this guy. This bishop can't really develop itself. Maybe you want to develop this way. I don't know. A6, B6 here. I don't. It looks bad for. Like the position is okay, but I find it difficult to develop for black. Or maybe we have queen to B6 first, trying to provoke this. So queen to B6. What do we do? Queen to B6, what do we do here? Because you can't develop, you can't defend this way. How do you hold it? E6. Yeah, but now this is sort of off the table. Maybe, maybe not. Trying to figure out good ways to play the position here. So wait, let me go back to the actual game. Yeah, so knight g5 is where we are now. I don't know if this move makes any sense. Black to move, the engine wants him to like push back the bishop. I don't know if that's actually like, do we then get to play c4? I feel like black should be having a worse time, but I also can't seem to find definitive plans for white, sorry. How do we attack this side of the board? Like, can we go here? Like, try and find a way to infiltrate somehow? I mean, rook here, you can have ideas of the knight coming in here, but until you deal with the bishop, I don't see if that plan works. Right? And again, I have the liberty to talk trash because I'm not the one playing. Okay. Aha, so this is the interesting game. So what happened after h3? We got after h3 we got bishop back. Okay, that was the other option, and the king comes into f7. Woo! I like it when I guess correctly. Knight jumps back and rook here, and I think we are going to see a4, a5, b5 at some point. What? Wait, what? Are you trying this? That doesn't make any sense. Nah, he has to go for this now. Wait, if you play a5, this stops it, right? So you have to go b5 first, right? That way this move doesn't exist. And if it does exist, maybe play a5, or you just push a5, takes. I mean, the plan is to push. So if your opponent does play that, then you just simply go pawn push. And the point is to weaken the position and then get this. I mean, of course, first of all, we can start with this, if we do so, please. And this is just looking good for black. It's funny. It looked like, you know, and this is the beautiful thing. Like, when you really understand chess, it looks like, oh, we are trading into a drawnish endgame. But then just these two moves and you've missed out everything. Like, he completely missed out on this idea. So if he had seen this whole, I mean, yes, it looks obvious and everything, like we've all seen this idea 1,000 times, but it seems he underestimated how strong of an idea it is in this end game. Because if you had played this whole idea ends, but he plays his rook here, and now the position is just going against him. The position is just going against him here. And again, this is the weakness, but how do you target it? This is the weakness, but how do you target it? And I was talking about briefly like here. And again, I understand why he didn't do it, I guess. Because after rook here, if you try here, like I said, your opponent can prevent you from coming in there. And then again, your opponent can like do this. You know? I mean, how do you deal with this? I think then that's why he went this way. I think his plan is to go, yeah. Did he just play that move? Yeah, he just played it. So I think that was his whole idea. To come in here and do this. Again, you've dealt with one defender, but the whole problem still persists. Wait, but why didn't he play b5? What did he play instead? Why didn't he just play b5 here? Like, that's the whole idea you're going for, isn't it? He wants to connect the rooks first. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I feel like it's a slow move, but then, I mean, it's fine. Okay, so now, what are you doing with your knight? Here? Your opponent doesn't have to play pawn push. Pawn push, I think, is bad. So, I mean, even if you come here, like, what are you aiming for? The knight is not really doing much. Unless of... Rook c1, b4, b5. Wait a second. He might have something, because if you don't take, and let's say you go b5 here, I think white has a chance now, because takes, and now we can really come into the position. At first what I thought did not exist now exists, right? So let's say you hide off your king here. We are now trying to infiltrate. Again, I missed something important, which is this, but you get the point. So that's a very interesting move. Yes, you can't go for your idea still. That's interesting. F4 is a nice move. Of course, if your opponent sees the fact that he's supposed to take it, you really have to now consider. I think maybe you play knight first. Knight first is actually bad, according to the engine. You want to take first. I was thinking knight first would have been better. But that's a very nice line. If his opponent misses that whole idea, I think he's in trouble. If his opponent misses that whole idea, I think he's in trouble. Yes, he's in trouble. No, I mean, his advantage has dwindled. Is my point. Oh goodness. So very nice idea. Yeah, F4 is a very nice idea. Hey, what's up, Ashley? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, so that's what we are looking to see. So we have G takes. Oh, he did play G takes F4. Nice. It's nice to see good moves. Now we have bishop takes f4. So this is the current position. Let's delete all the sub moves. And let's go to the next one. There was one with an interesting sacrifice idea. Okay, this is not it. I think it's Clinton's game. So yeah, okay, he didn't push. I expected e4 immediately. But apparently that's not a good idea. So rook comes in, queen to b7, f5. Oh my goodness, I love to see moves. Everything is going on well. We are enjoying some very cool games. Yeah. Now we have h6. This game is actually taking its time. I really hope Bernard wins this. I kid you not. I really hope Bernard wins this. Pawn tension. You never know how it's going to be released and when it's going to be released. Keeping doesn't seem to make any sense. Taking I'm not so sure about taking. Now, I mean, with this pawn tension here, you can't go for this whole idea we're talking about, h4, h5. You can't really go for it. Takes, I don't know. Here, attacking the rook, you force your opponent to go down. Okay, wait, that you have pawn push? No, you don't. How about this? Does this work? No, queen just takes. I was hoping for an idea. Queen just takes. Okay, that's stupid. Oh. Okay. Something tells me we are going to get hit with some g4. Some g4, h4. Something tells me we are going to get hit with that. g4, h4 is definitely coming at some point. Why can't let me check on my phone. I want to find out which board Nigeria is on. I want to find out what our brothers or sisters are doing. Nigeria. Chess results. Yeah, bishop to f4 makes perfect sense. Your opponent can't really defend against this, so he can't really even counter, or he can't do much about this. Rook has to move. Does that work? I mean, it's ridiculous how bad this position has gotten. Suddenly I feel like you're about to talk about graphic designing and all that. If that's the case, then please don't introduce yourself. Because I'm not interested in in making any graphics for myself right now. So if that's the case, then don't worry. Please don't introduce yourself then. I'm tired of being asked this when I've said multiple. You know, I'm being tempted to put it on my stream. Do not ask. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Anyways, let's go to the Olympiad. Like, what do we do here? Hey, thanks for understanding. I appreciate it. Most graphic designers would not accept and just keep babbling, but thank you for not continuing. Nigeria should be ahead of Ghana, right? In my opinion. Ghana was 150th, I guess. So where's Nigeria? If we're ahead of Nigeria, I'll be shocked. Yeah, okay. What board are they playing on? Give me a second. Wait, what? Why can't I find any Nigerian player? Oh, Nigeria has not been paired. I don't know. I think Nigeria was not paired. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Okay. So what happened? We had e5. Okay, so eventually e5 came in. Wait, no, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, no. Okay, wait. That was my move that showed. I thought that was. Wait. So instead of this move, which I thought was, I think it makes perfect sense. It's very obvious. He goes this way, castles, and then e5. Oh, And you're getting hit with so much. Woo! Again, engine says I'm wrong here because the queen is lost. But then you're getting hit with so much. Yeah. You're getting hit with so much. Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. Again, that's if all this happens. If it doesn't, that's fine. If it doesn't, that's fine. Let's look at Clinton's game. Did the whole idea work? Wait, so it was here. Yeah, so this was the line we're talking about. And e4, he found it. Good, good, good. I love that. Knight takes, pawn takes. Attacks the knight. Knight goes back. She takes, g3, preventing the knight from coming any closer, I guess. That, and also he wants to develop his king. I almost forgot that his king couldn't castle. Here, it's completely fine. Rook develops. Okay, okay. The worst is over. The worst is over. The worst is over. Because if he didn't see that whole tactic, it would have been a problem for us. Yeah. Good. Clinton, once again making me scared of him. You know, there are times I think, oh, maybe I'm the same level as him. And then he does things like this and I'm like, yeah, I should just accept that I'm washed. Again, I don't know if I would have seen it. You know, I have the engine here to help me and it's making me a little bit lazy. I'm trying to figure out the position myself, but the engine is making me a little bit lazy. So who knows, maybe I would have figured it out, maybe I wouldn't have. I don't know. It depends. But maybe I wouldn't have seen it. I want to be honest, I don't think I would have seen it. I really don't think I would have seen it. Yeah, so we have a game. We have a game. This could end in a draw. We definitely have a game. Again, who do I think is winning here? I mean, the weaknesses on the pawn structures are still the same. Yeah, we both have two isolated pawns, three connected pawns. I think it's going to be fine. I think this is going to be fine regardless. Okay. So guys, I've been on for what, 2 hours? Let me take a break. Like a short 3-minute, 4-minute break. I know the timer is going to say 3 minutes, but I might take 4 minutes. Give me a second. Let me do something. Give me a second. Wait, what? Oh, wrong. What? What's happening? Why isn't it showing? What's happening? I hate this sometimes. Let's leave this on. What is happening? Oh, come on. Oh well. Guess I can't use what I wanted to use. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going for the break. I'll use another screen. I wanted to leave the game on, but I'll have to reset that. Anyways, I'll be back in a few minutes. Just going to freshen up a bit. And we'll continue when I return. Cool game so far. Cool game so far. So we are back. Short snack. Okay, so what happened? Okay, I would have played that. Knight e5, knight takes e5. D takes e5. Rook b4. Okay, but the rook b4, you could instantly play like rook to a1 or play pawn push and see if your opponent is going to keep chasing after it. But I feel like if you were to go here, then this happens. And oh, sorry. Of course, you lose it immediately. So this is what I'm recommending. That way, if this happens, you're not in any danger. Okay. Okay, so trade. And then you can move the bishop, right? Can you? How do you save the pawn? Ah, yeah, in the exact same way as the last time. You go a5. The exact same way as last time. Because if he goes there, before you discuss that line, if he goes here, and I think you have this move, which saves the hold down the pawn. So I don't know exactly what happens from here, but I think you are golden. I keep doing this. Let me just leave this here. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to Bernard. Oh, we did get these lines. Oh, I like it when I'm right. Again, this is a bad position for us, but I like the fact that a move I recommended actually came in. That's it. F6. Okay. Let's put this on hold. Oh boy. Okay. And then we have bishop. Funny thing is that black is up a rook. Black is up an exchange, but this is not something you're going to live down. Finally, he strikes in. You take with the king, bishop comes in. Okay, not queen, bishop comes in first. Queen first. Because the queen will want to come in this way. And your queen can't defend. I really wonder why this is not the first. Maybe it's because your opponent can come in here. Personally, I thought that doesn't really make a difference. But yeah. Yeah, it's downhill from here. Angel recommends queen f2 first. I mean, what I'm saying is also plausible. But you'd have to come here. Wait, what? Yeah. I don't know exactly how you continue from there, but maybe you can come in here to come in. Sorry. No, this doesn't work. Here. I mean, by the time you come in here, the rook comes in to defend. Ah, yes. The point is, I think, is that you have the knight jumping in. And you can slide. Maybe that's about it. Maybe that's about it. Let's go back. Oh. Originally I said this move was bad because it would allow this. And now he finally goes b5. b5 should have been played a very long time by black, but I think he held back for reasons. a4, a3, sorry. Wait, what? Maybe he feels the king is much better placed on this side of the board. Especially since your opponent can't really do much on this side of the board. But I don't know, with how white has played so far, this game might end up being a draw. It's how I see it. It's a feeling. I just feel it. And I mean, getting away with draws in this game, I think that's a very in this round, I think that's a good result. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I definitely do think that's fine. So I'm not against it. If we do get that, I'm not against it. Okay. I really didn't think this was going to happen. Is he worried about this? Like I don't really get what he's worried about. I don't really get what he's worried about. Benadan Huere. Okay, yeah, the attack. Okay, so so what happened first is, okay, no, he played the queen move first, which was actually the best move. I was talking about bishop first. Queen first is the best move. Again, slightly different move order, but idea makes sense. I think the real point is if bishop here, then you have queen takes check. Maybe. I could be wrong. I think we looked at Kwanda's game, right? Nope. Where did we stop in this game? Yeah, this was the... Well, we've looked at this game. Yeah, we looked at this game. Hasford's game. Have we looked at Hasford's game? Have we caught up on Hasford's game? Wait, okay. Lots has happened. Okay, so this is the game where the f4 idea happened. And after I took, he came back, and this is the position, and I was trying to consider what do we do from here. Queen to b6, I looked at briefly, and your opponent just stops it. The thing about queen to b6 is you remove a defender here. So now some squares are up for grabs, I guess. But I mean, you could do it. Your opponent defends it, and you don't have anything again. Unless, of course, you want to strive with a move like pawn push, like c5 here. Maybe that's what you're aiming for. c3, h6. Huh. It's odd creating weaknesses here, because again, if this move could have happened, it would have been very good. But now you can actually jump your knight in here. Right? Knight to f3. Bishop to e6. Okay. Trying for something. Rook comes in. The other rook comes in. Makes sense. Trying to build up. Bishop goes back. I think the point is to go here, here. I don't know if that works, but that could be the point. King goes out. Yeah. Get the king saved. The bishop is putting pressure on the king. King to h1. Queen to c7. Ah. So he plays here with the idea of coming in here with his knight, which would be good. Let's presume takes. I think rook takes. I don't really know what he does here, but let's just say a4. Right, knight e4 is a very nice move. This move is a very nice move. It kind of holds the position down for you. But his opponent here plays knight g6. And I myself don't see it. Like, it's not obvious. Is it? Like, it's not obvious what the idea is. But again, okay, sorry. Did I say it's not obvious? I mean, clearly, the point is that if king takes, I think you play rook takes first, right? Or bishop takes first. And you've won the piece back, right? But it's not so. Ah, well, maybe it's easy to see. Yeah, and now you're just running out of, yeah. Your king is extremely weak. If your opponent chooses, this could be a problem for you. I think this could be a problem for you. I think this could be a problem for you. Here, if you don't take, this takes. Or if you don't take, bishop takes. G4 just looks like a very nice move here. What's the actual move that was played? Takes, rook takes, bishop takes, knight jumps in, queen comes in first. That's completely fine. I'm just living dangerously by playing this move. Here. Queen comes into e7. Bishop to b3. Queen comes in. Maybe knight. I don't know what the point is. He's down a pawn and has a weak king. That's basically what we are seeing here. I really can't see more beyond what's happening. Like, huh. He doesn't have a move. Oh, it's so painful. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, the knight defends that square. Wait, what? Wait, don't we just have this at some point? Yeah, because if we take, don't we just have takes? Wait, why am I calculating taking this? Ha, my mind, I'm not seeing anything. I think bishop here? Is that a move? Coming back here, I don't know if you want to do that. I don't know if you want to do that. Okay, so we are here. Let me... Queen takes c6. So he plays queen takes c6 instead of pawn takes. Makes sense. You have a target here. Your opponent can easily defend it. What else do we have? Rook to d4. Rook to d4 takes 6. What else? What else do we have? Oh, we almost on move 40. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, guys. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. Aquanda. Aquanda's game was oh wait, what? Wait, what? He's switching aggressive. He's going to play f5. This guy's playing on both sides of the board. That's crazy. Let's briefly look at the women's section. Let's see what's happening with Gertrude. Damn. Okay, wait, it doesn't look so bad. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 4, yeah. 4, 4 is fine. I think she's holding. Let me just look carefully. Okay, so knight is aiming to come in here. If you want to stop it, you have to go f3. Okay, so if f3, rook takes, knight takes, doesn't do anything. Maybe a4, b5 could do something. Yeah, so I think if your opponent goes f4 here, you want to go a4, b5. Okay, so let's say a4 here, here. I don't know. No, but I guess she's doing fine. I was worried for her in the beginning, but she looks fine here. Yeah, knight d3. Okay, f4 is not the move. Engine just says rook to b8. Rook to b8. Rook to b8 or rook to a8, and then queen to c7. What's the trick? Because like rook to b8, if this rook takes c5, queen b takes c5. Queen to c7. I don't think if she sees this move, then I'm underestimating her. Because I don't see how you see this move. But here, then queen a5 before you play f3, which is the move I've been alluding to all this while. Knight d3. Rook f to c8. I mean, that's what everybody would play. Again, it makes perfect sense. Again, you want to stop the knight. You want to stop the knight from coming in here, but I mean, if knight comes in here, you just take, and you create problems for your opponent. So even if knight comes in here, you can just take. You just have to be worried of moves like this if they ever do become a problem. I don't think it'll become a problem anytime soon. I don't think it will become a problem anytime soon. But again, he goes a4. We mentioned a4. Still saying rook to a8 or queen to d8. Some of these moves don't really make any sense to me. Okay. Here, rook to a8 makes some sense because if your opponent does come in this way, takes, you've created some chances on the queen side. You can take, right? Because now, regardless of how your opponent takes, you can capture c5. You're a pawn up, but I don't think you get your hopes up. It could be win. I mean, if that's what happens, then that's fine. But seeing a move like rook to a8, I don't know how plausible it is for someone at 1700. I think you have to make a move, you know? Maybe because you have to make a move and you don't find a move, you just make a random move. And that could actually destroy you. Queen to c7. Okay. Is that the Alekhine's gun? Mm-hmm. B5. Actually, now Takes pawn takes might be an issue, right? Because if you take, this is actually an issue. Now, when you think about it, this is actually an issue. So maybe that was not the way to go. But then again, I mean, who can blame her? I personally, I don't even like rook to a8 is not something I think I would see. Maybe it's an easy thing to, I don't know. I can't blame her. I think this is something I would play. I'm thinking about a funny move here. Again, it's bad, I know, but just to kind of like free myself. I don't think it's viable. I think it's a bad move. Yeah, but I think that's what's going to come up. Queen c7. Queen c7 b5 makes sense. Queen a3. I think then you just take. Your opponent can switch to start pressuring sides like these. Who knows? Maybe you survive. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, that's Gertrude. Mod, yeah, again, I didn't really understand this opening. Wait, she didn't go for the... Wait, what? What was she thinking? Was she thinking this? And then you take? Did she just blank out? Because, like, yeah, well, bishop takes, and you're in trouble. Or she saw a trick here. Do we just play queen here, targeting the pawn? I mean, we're under attack, right? So queen... Okay, let's say queen f6. Now your rook is under attack. Rook b1. c3. I mean, these are some interesting lines. These are some interesting lines. I mean, that's what happens when you go for crazy moves. You should always be ready to, and this is exactly what happened in the game, right? You should always be ready to bear the burden of the move you've made, right? Because if you can't bear the burden of the move you've made, trust me, you're really going to get yourself in trouble. Again, from my point of view, I mean, she's up a pawn, but maybe she can make something of this guy. I doubt it, because it's only receiving the support of these two guys. It can't receive the support of the rooks. Apparently, that's not so much of a good move. Because we have knight to e5, which is an easy move to see, attacking the queen. Knight, I mean, the queen here simply attacks this. So you play this, you defend against this, and now you have to deal with this. So maybe you have to play queen to b5. Takes. Is that it? Nope. I'm missing something. So here, what do? You play queen to h4. You go to the other side of the board. And apparently white has a better position. I don't see this. I personally don't see this. This is why I hate such positions. So queen to f5, 19. This move she can see, because it defends the two rooks and it attacks the queen. Another thing is that I think you shouldn't really try and hold on to this pawn. I don't think you can hold on to this pawn, so you shouldn't even try. The best thing you could try to do is to go b4, b5, which is impossible, considering the moves that are coming up. I personally don't think you should try and hold on to it. Again, shouldn't trying to hold on to it. Do we get a new move? What's the current move? Okay, let's go to the next one. Gijo has lost. She was low on time, so probably that's why. I'm liking the evenish positions. I don't know exactly when she lost. I was focused on the open section. But I'll get to her game. Let me just look at Toby's game. Where did we leave Toby's game? Queen trade. Yeah. So here. Knight BD. Okay, we saw all this. She traded. Okay, interesting. So her opponent has the bishop pair versus Toby's knight and bishop. But this bishop has turned into a pawn. And look at the fact that I have a move like knight here. I mean, the pawns are also on dark squares when she has a light squared bishop. So we can't really tell. Okay. Then the rook infiltrates. Nice. King comes in, you double up. Now you have ideas of even the bishop coming in here. This is looking okay for black. A5. Interesting. Huh. What kind of ideas would I want to go for here? A4 is obviously not good. Knight here. I don't know. Because knight here, A5. Takes, rook takes, knight jumps in here to jump in here. I don't see the purpose of it. Bishop here just helps your opponent do that move. Okay, but bishop here, let's say we come in here, takes. If our opponent takes and we play here, targeting here, does it do anything for us? It says no, bishop to d2. Okay. I don't know. Share g5. I looked at this in my head and I was like, does this really make any sense? I don't know. Okay, and this is the current position we are on. Bishop to h3. Slicing here. Eventually e5 is going to come. Now it may not be a good move. Let me see. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 defenders. 1, 2. Yeah, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. B3. Nope. What about g4, g5? And then switching all the way here. I understand that you're weakening here, but I'm just looking at it briefly. Could that be an idea? Or a very funny g4, g5 with an idea of e4. If your opponent takes, then you can take here with threats. Those could be nice ideas. I don't know if they are viable, but I don't know. B6, fine. Rook simply goes back. Now my funny idea doesn't work.
Mhm.
You could also go rook to a3. Bishop back. If your opponent plays this way, you have a target. What is this bishop doing here? I don't see its purpose being here besides g4, g5. Trying to open things up. Rook to a3 can facilitate that idea. But I don't know. And you're lost. Okay, so it's on move 15 and I'm touching the 25, right? Rook c1. Ouch. That is a blunder. Wait, no? Then knight takes. Then you can't take back. Then you get hit with... Not so sure. Okay. Intermezzo moves are powerful. And from here on, she just... Yeah. She lost. Well. Couldn't see all that. This is a proof that I would lose. Anyways. Hasford is on 1 minute. 28 moves. He has to make 12 moves in 1 minute. Oh no, it's not Hasford's game. Oh, okay. No, they're almost on the hour mark, yeah. So Hasford has to make a simple move and then a single move and then he's playing as black, right? Says mate in 4. How did we get here? Oh, okay, this game. So after takes here. Queen takes the pawn, and that's just, yeah, you just removed yourself from the defense. Yes, you have pressure here, but then you've removed yourself from any defense in the position. And the position just collapses from there. Is there a chance for a mistake? Because it's 3. White has 2 pieces. Black has 3. Is there a chance for anything? You can't move anywhere. Except here. Is it this? No? Queen to d7. Queen here. Looking at this. I can't find the mate. I can't seem to find the mate. Okay, Hasford resigned in this position. That's a loss for us. Bernard also lost as well. Bernard's game was the... yes. We saw the attack brewing. Yeah, so I was right. Yeah. Now this guy is coming in to enjoy himself. Yeah. Yeah. That's about it. So Aquanda is the one with the end game, right? Which has turned horribly. Playing on both sides of the board. Very nice. And Clinton. Let's look at Clinton's game. Yeah, the sound alerts are not working, unfortunately. My Vim is gone. Unfortunately, I don't know. Nigeria isn't playing. Like, would have looked at Nigeria if they were still playing. Clinton has 10 seconds. Every move he makes, he gets 30 seconds. Oh, wait, if he makes his next move. If he makes his next move, he gets an hour. I'm sure he has made a move. It's not recorded yet. He has made a move. It's not recorded yet. But Clinton has something good. He's not winning, but he's more or less likely getting a draw. But if I'm wrong about the 40 move 1 hour added, then he might lose this endgame because you need a lot of thought process in this endgame. Unless of course maybe he's a G and then he can play. It's really impressive how much it's really impressive how much Clinton has improved. Sometimes I get shocked. But he's played against these guys and he does so well. Right? Targeting this guy. If you want to defend it, you defend it this way, but maybe you don't want to defend it. Again, after his opponent makes a move, then we'll see if the 1 minute is the 1 hour is added on. But can you imagine his opponent has an hour to think about this position? You know? I mean, that's so good because since you'll be thinking on your opponent's time a lot, you technically also have an hour. I think lower time matters. I think lower time matters when there's less increment than when there's a lot of increment. Okay, King D3. Okay, he didn't get 1 hour added on, so I was wrong. 1 hour isn't added on after 40 minutes. After 40 moves. So what do we do now? We can increase it. Our opponent can play this move. Rather play e4. Engine is saying that when he plays this, you should go e4. Interesting. Again, black is going to play more because black actually has the chance of 2 pass pawns, right? Compared to white, who doesn't have that. So Clinton, what Clinton has to do is to find a way to clear these guys. If Clinton can clear these 2 guys, or if Clinton can have watch over this guy or something, I think we can draw this. But once these 2 guys leave the board, then trust me, we are Gucci. I don't know how we do this. Getting the king in is the first idea I have. Annoying thing about that is maybe at some point your opponent can play this. Again, it's not a big deal. But king here to come in here is also fine. I mean, you can do it anyhow. It doesn't have to be d3. There's bishop to c7. He does play bishop to c7. King here. Why does the engine not support this move? I want to figure out why. h4. I mean, it's a fine move. I don't see the problem with it. I personally don't see the problem with it. Lots of games are ending for the day. Many people have been dropping out of the street. Clinton? No, he's not out of time. Oh, he got 30 minutes. Nice. So I was right. There is time added on. So after 40 moves, you get 30 minutes added to your clock. And I think now it's 30 plus 10. Or 30 plus 1 or something of that sort. Something like that. I'll have to check. But it's Clinton's game we're looking at right now. Hello, Lena. What's up? Welcome to the stream. I really hope we get a result. I mean, it's so it sounds bad for me to be hoping for a draw, but it's fine. Is the problem of king coming in here? Okay, it says h4, but is it that your king can actually come in this way and try and hold on to this position? Could be. Akwanda's game? He's still defending this attack. Boy. Come on, guys. If these two guys can draw, I'll be so happy. If Akwanda and Clinton can draw, I'll be so happy. Hey, Nasta, what's up? Welcome. So, guys, I'll be doing the recaps on the YouTube channel. But again, I'm looking at Ghana games. I will look at other games of other countries maybe later on when I get my stuff together. But then, yeah, I'll mostly focus on Ghana games. So, if Nasta, I see you. Hope you are doing good. So, yeah, you can always check out the videos on the YouTube channel to see what's going on. Again, why am I saying again like I've mentioned something here? Wait, takes doesn't help you if you're white. So black has to take his time here. Not easy. Not easy. Not easy. Let's check the female section again. I think Maud and Toby have good. What? Okay, yes, they do. They are still on. Gertrude has saved her position. So Gertrude win. Please win. Or at least get a draw. That'll be fine for me. Okay, what happened here? After the queen came in here, queen a5 like we mentioned. Again, one of the things that it's targeting here. b5 finally. Takes, now rook takes is where we are in the position. Knight takes doesn't really do much. At least not now. Wait, is there a problem if, for example, rook takes, knight takes on push? Is there any problem here? Knight to ace. There's nothing about this move. To jump into this move. No. Okay. I was looking at if this would be a problem. I don't really know exactly, but I was thinking if this would be a problem. Again, I missed this. That's why. Anyways. But she's doing fine. She's doing fine. We could get a draw here. What about Maud? What about Maud? Okay, so Maud, we had the stare down here. She took. What do we do? Can we go for some sort of offensive idea rather than trying to hold this guy? Do we get anything from playing rook here? Like rook d7. That's the first idea that comes to mind. Rook d7. Not really to put... Maybe... An interesting thing I'm looking at, like... I can't really think about black's moves, but I'm looking at something along the lines of... Again, I'm just making random moves here. But I'm looking along the lines of something like this. Sorry. Again... And if we get something like pawn push with the bishop coming in here. This is just wishful thinking. I'm just hoping something good comes out of this, but I don't know. I'm just hoping something good comes out of this. I don't know. I really don't know. Bishop to f1. Huh? What? Wait. Let me get back. Why bishop to f1? Like, yes, I know I was saying give up on the pawn, but this... Does she really want to bring the knight in here? Like, I get the idea clearly, but... Like, bishop takes, king takes, and your opponent can take here, and then you come in here, right? Is that what she's aiming for? Oh, wait, look at what I'm thinking about. You can't do that yet. Maybe she has a point. King takes f1 is what I'm looking at. I think she wants to get this move in. Takes. Here. Knight c4. I think that's what she wants. So that if takes, then knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes. And you are holding. I think that's what she wants. But your opponent, you are going into an endgame, a rook and pawn endgame down one pawn. Yes, it's drawable. Like rook and pawn endgames can be drawn or are likely to be drawn. But I don't know. I don't know exactly how this will go. Again, with best play, people are prone to mistakes. Okay, maybe I was being too critical. Maybe this is fine. 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 I'm eager to see what her opponent does before I shift. Guys, I would really love draws. I would really love draws. What else could you play here? Ignoring capturing the pawn, what else could you play? A4? Doesn't A4 just allow it? Ah! Haha. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because now your opponent can hold himself with A3. And now your knight takes is actually detrimental. Interesting. Is there pawn push? No, there's no pawn push. There's no pawn push in any line. I was hoping for something like a pawn push. Okay, the opponent is going to take some time here. This is Toby's game. Toby was doing well. What happened? How did the game change? Yes. We got into this position. Rook a3. Bishop. Oh, I actually didn't even see bishop. Yeah. And now you remove the defenders. No, I don't love draws, but I mean, if we draw, I'll be very happy. Simply because of how bad the games are going already. Yeah, the game took a strange turn. And they capitalize on mistakes so quickly. This is down. Oh my goodness. takes. That's bad. Yeah. So now you're down a piece. You're down a piece. That's just sad. It's sad. You're just down a piece. Toby might just resign. Sometimes when it comes to playing team games, even if you are losing, you don't resign, because when you resign and when you resign, your team looks at your board and realizes, okay, he has lost, and they begin to have pressure, you know. And when you realize that everybody in your team is losing, you might lose the kind of vim to kind of persevere. So sometimes even when you are playing a team tournament and then you lose on the board, you just want to keep playing so that you don't see that you lose. You know? But she resigned at some point. Takes, bishop takes is just like, it's just staring at you. Yeah. So takes, the rook can't do anything. These two are deadly. This is a passed. Sorry, what this? So just come in here, block, and then take. Or I just come in here, target the two, win this one. It's practice. Yeah, yeah. Unless of course it's the board. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, this prevents you from targeting the two, but then again, it doesn't prevent you from losing this, right? So you can still play this and then take. Let's go. Has your opponent played? Nope, still nothing. What about Gertrude? How did we get here? Taking with the pawn is better than taking with the rook. Yeah, true. King f8. You put yourself in this. Okay. Queen c7. If you keep moving with the king, you get hit with this. This runs into this. Okay, your opponent moves. What did she play? Okay, so this is the line we looked at. So now she's going to go knight c7. I don't think she spent too much time on this move. Knight c7 is what she was planning all this while. If she plays something else, I'll be shocked. Yeah. You still have to play the position. There's still a lot to be looked at. I think that if she can deal with all these pawns, and even if her opponent can deal with all these pawns, once all the pawns are on one side of the board, it's a draw. I think that's the case here. Okay, so knight takes a5. Is the argument that you can always come back. Knight takes, let's say rook comes in here, check, check, check. This is just losing for black. I actually didn't consider this. Yeah, is the argument that you can always come back. Says rook d5. Yeah, but rook d5 you can still come back. Bishop to a1 is a way you can try to hold, but yeah, this interesting. Now, I think she would. I personally think she's going to go for knight takes. I think she's going. Maybe, I mean, this is a free pawn, so it will hit your reader. It will hit your reader. I don't know. I feel like what would disturb a chess player more is the fact that this guy can be promoted, and you don't want to take risks on allowing this guy to be promoted. So it's possible that she's going to go. She goes knight takes a5. Nice. I said Benson. Mod, do it. Beat the IM. Beat the IM. That's a beat. No, right now she has to deal with these. Now, if at this in this position, now she's back up. Like the pawns are now. Are they equal now? No, not yet. If she comes back, takes. Now we'll have equal pawns, where she has a chance here. And we are on what? Move 29. She has 11 moves to make to reach time control. Toby resigned. Okay. Maud is also about to lose. Sorry, Gertrude is about to lose as well. Again, it's not a clear loss position, so she will try. How about 1, 2, 3? Does it do anything? I don't think it does. Yes, the woman I am. Yes, for clarification, eh? Jirifoga was asking about that recently. Was talking about abolishing the. She was saying at least we should try it, abolishing the women titles. How do we get our knight here? We need to be here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Do you have time to make such a move? I don't think so. Is there a trickier way to do it? Was this actually an option? 1, 2. Targeting this guy. Now then pawn push. Then you have this. I don't see it. Ah wait, pawn push, then you just take, right? And if take, you just take. Yeah, that could have been an option, right? Let's see. She played queen back, but what about here? Like here, let's say your opponent comes in here. Did you have knight? Knight here? Wrong. Okay. I thought I had like some genius idea, but apparently I was wrong. Pawn push does not help. Yeah, now she's under immense pressure. I don't think she can hold this. I don't think she can hold this. Hasford's game is out. Yeah. Your opponent has this. So let's look at. Wait. Hasford's game? No, it's Clinton's game we are looking for. It's Clinton's game we are looking forward to. So, okay, what happened? So after the bishop came in. After the bishop came in, he went bishop to g7. And Clinton is here to make a move. Clinton is using his time control time very well. Again, we are still looking at this, right? King marching up here. I'm sure he'll play that. I don't think there's any other thing you can play. Cyber Knight, welcome. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. What happened? Let's go this way. Oh wait, is he just gonna go this way? Is that what his opponent is trying to trick out of him? Again, let me refer this with an engine. Is this a good idea to allow this? Is it a good idea? Because now it manages to move 2 more squares. It was here and now it's here. Engine says this is drawing. And again, you can still try for this idea. Hmm. Yeah. I think you have every single, you have enough time. Maybe not, because 1 2, if takes king takes, maybe you can't really hold this. Here, I don't know. He didn't know the 50 move rule. That's why you just kill your opponent and you don't taunt. Oh, Daniel Dada. I know that name. He had no idea. You need to have manners in chess. Mm-hmm. Checking how many people are looking at this. Oh boy. I'm really hoping for Clinton to clinch this. Really hoping for Clinton to clinch this. Oh boy. But guys, if you aren't subscribed to the channel, please do. We're almost at 200. Help a brother out. Anyways. Okay, so will he go for this? Risk the pawn moving 2 squares. Or will he go for this to win this? Akwanda's game again. Right now, there are 3 games that are on my radar. Clinton. Clinton and Mod, I think. Your internet is very bad, and it could also be from me. Sorry about that. Wait, what? What happened? What happened? Wait, what? I thought we saw all this. Oh, he played that move. And Akwanda managed to... I think we have a draw. I think Akwanda is going to secure the draw. Again, be careful about this. Don't go pawn grabbing. That's if you are black. Wait, black should go pawn grabbing. Please take this pawn. Of course he won't, I mean. Okay. Hasford and Clinton are in the YouTube video. Yes. I think we'll get to 2 draws from the guy's side. And possibly maybe 1 draw from the woman's side. What else can we hope for? Like, tell me, what else can we hope for besides the draw? What else can we hope for? Like, if you can give me something better we can hope for regarding these positions, that is better than a draw. I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear it. I mean, if you see a win in this position, I'd like to hear it. Oh, ye of little faith. No one has more faith than I do. And yet, the only faith I can master up is the faith of a draw. Oh, he went king d3. Nice. He didn't go for this line. Again, you are risking the pawn moving 2 squares, and nobody knows what happens if the pawn gets here. And now bishop d6. Before your opponent can successfully block your bishop from ever getting here, I think you go for it now. Clinton will see it. Now, I have like a higher respect for Clinton. So he'll see it. I bet he'll see it. I bet he'll see it. I don't think this is too technical. He wants to come in here. Actually, it doesn't really stop you. But because going here now, okay, so let's say king here. This is bad, right? Because takes. Sorry, you shouldn't take. Knight takes first. Aha, and now if you go takes, the point is if you trade off everything, these guys are just passing. That's the point. But what's the difference? Can we now play this? Now we have knight a5. And if you take here, I think the point is your opponent takes here in d6. And you really can't do, I think here then you go bishop takes e5, because now after bishop takes e5, if your opponent takes, you take, and we still have a game. How low was my, no, when I say respect, I mean when I look at a move, I try to judge if someone can see the move, right? And my judgment of him was like an 1800, but now I'm beginning to judge him on like the level of like a 2000, and I'm thinking, okay, he should be able to see a move like that. That's what I'm saying. Not that I don't know how to explain it, but I'm respecting his thought process and judging him higher. Wait, what happened? Wait. Really? I thought you was gonna go in here. What was I? What am I missing? Rohan, what's up? Is this Karamchandani? If it's you, it's been eons since I've seen you live. If it's not you and it's another Rohan, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Actually, yeah, it's been eons since Karamchandani ever played a tournament in Ghana. Yeah. This is so technical. And press box, you keep saying that there's a chance for a win. Now, if you do something called math, right, and you count the pieces on the board, you realize, okay, that black is up 2 pawns. For Clinton to actually draw this, for him to actually draw this, he has to deal with these 2 guys first. And as far as I'm concerned, they are still on the board. No, I don't know Hindi. I just know a player with that name. He almost cleared me. Actually, he beat me when he was 12 and lost to me when he was 16. Yes. Oh, goodness. Let's see if Hasford has clinched the draw. Now his opponent has less time than him. Oh, they're about to reach time control. f4 is good or not. In which position? No, it's not. It's in the Clinton game, f4 is not so good. First of all, this pawn, you can win this pawn, but I think the reason why he's not really trying to win this pawn is because you kind of open up this bishop, right? You give this bishop activity. So f4 allows your opponent to open up the position. And now this bishop becomes useful. That's why f4 is not really good. It's an equal trade, but it's not an equal positional thing. The king coming here gives it an active position, and I think at some point in the game we are definitely going to capture this pawn. The bishop controls the knight. That's why this knight can't really move anywhere. But maybe that's the point of this, to get the knight to move, and we'll see. We'll see. Maybe his point is, you're off. Okay, I'll see you. So I think the point is here, and now you can play this move to hold it, which may not. I mean, because then in that case you then have bishop takes, and then if takes, then you have king takes. King is not going to watch these guys, and you have this guy here. FIDE rating 1667. Oh god. Okay. Daniel Dada won, not a shock. Let's go back to Mod's game and see if he managed to clinch something. This is Banini's game, right? I'm looking for Mod's game. Okay. This is where the game went to. So he went for the check. So she took. Went for the check, came up and went here, and now we have a3. Rook b1, holding the bishop. You can play this move to kind of like hold the bishop and prevent the bishop from running away. Vidit. Maybe when the Ghanaian games are done. I mean, and those guys' games are a little bit hard to understand for me. They're a little bit too hard for me. I can't pronounce his name. Shakiria Mamidyarov. He's losing to a 1900 rated player. But the thing you have to understand about these things is, first of all, a lot of players are underrated. And if you close your eyes against these underrated guys, they'll beat you. Right? Some countries don't have strong players in rating, but they have but they are actually strong, right? They should be like 2000, let's say, but then you see their rating at 1700. You know, they are that strong. That's it. And the second thing is that top players, strong players play strong players, and strong players play these common line, like common openings and everything. So when you play these guys who play clubhouse chess and all these funny stuff, it makes it easy for you to sometimes you miss lines because you don't remember them or you don't understand them. India win any match? I don't know yet. I've been focusing on Ghana this whole stream. When Ghana is done, I'll just look briefly at some other countries and then end of the stream there. But tomorrow, when I'm streaming with Brandon, I won't solely be focusing on Ghana, because of course I have a co-streamer. But we can solely on Ghana. That's why. So don't worry, I'll look at those games. I can open it somewhere else. If he loses, he loses. That'll be crazy to see. And Survivor, welcome to the stream. So what was the move here? So Rook B1. So wait, why am I making Gotham references by accident? So the king comes in trying to do stuff. brings him back, goes back, and she went for more. I like what Mod's doing. Now, if Mod could have gone for the draw, Nodibek's brother is losing to an 1800. Wait, this is strange. So here again, check, and then she could have gone for the draw. But I think Mod believes she can win this, and I'm with her. She should try her best. Let me look at this on my phone. How are they losing? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Later. Let me see this. Mamediyarov. Let me see. Oh, come on. Mamediyarov. Let me find. True. That's basically the point I was trying to make. You need a caption for understanding what I'm saying, because your English is not good. I'll find out how to do subtitles. Sorry. I'll find out how to do that, maybe. Am I speaking too fast? I'm trying to find. Mami Diarov. He's playing against Anas Kwahiri. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's up an exchange. His opponent is up an exchange. Interesting. I should play Shadow Fights. I played that like 4 or 5 years ago. Okay, so pawn push. Mod is going for it. What? Why? Rook b2 makes sense. But rook b2, don't we just have this? Rook takes b2, king takes b2. Doesn't this... now the king comes in. No, it doesn't work. So here, he should take b4 rather. I don't know. Yeah. Wait, what's this? King d3 is what she should have played here, but she went here, which allows simply rook takes, and if takes, and you have to. How do you deal with this? Oh, Mod, you almost had it. Mod almost had it. Oh, she got greedy. No, but was she thinking that a5, then she gets her pawn push? I mean, that's wishful thinking. Because even if your plan is to take, you lose your knight. So, what happened? Mod. Wait, rook a2, rook d4. Moves are coming in. Takes. What? Now if you come in here, yeah. Oh, that's so sad. I'm actually hit. Also, I'm sure her opponent would have gone for the draw if she went the same line again. I mean, I applaud her effort to go for more, but maybe she should have just gone for the draw. Maybe she should have just gone for the draw. That would have been so nice. I think the difference here would be that if you took and your opponent takes, I think here you have this move. And now after king comes in, you can win this, right? But even if you go bishop to b2, then you have this move. And I think you can easily draw this. This would have been a better position, especially if you want to try and go pawn push, pawn push. So let's go rook b4. Then finally go knight takes c3. Bishop takes, rook takes, rook takes. And again, if you don't know how to play this like me, you may lose this, but this is a draw. You might hate me for my favorite opening, but it's the London system. My favorite opening currently is the London system. Unfortunately, for most people who watch this channel. The London. Oh, mod. Yeah. It's nothing more. Sad. Yeah. It's painful. I was really hoping for something. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, at this point you can't do much. Either you allow the pawn to promote or you just give up. Is there any trick somewhere? I'm trying to look at this if it does anything. But I think you just push, right? And your opponent can't stop you. Which games do I play? Well, Shadowverse, Yu-Gi-Oh, both Duel Links and then Master Duel. These are okay. You could say on. Okay, so personally, I like either simulation. When I say simulation, not really. I like management tactical RPG games. So Age of Empires, Rome Total Warfare, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. What's the other one called? Dynasty Warriors. Kingdom Hearts. Fire Emblem, all the Fire Emblems. Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. Those ones. Those ones. I like those type of games. I do like those type of games. Anything strategy I like. Except Go. Except Go. The Chinese chess, let's put it that way. I think that's what it's called, right? It's called the Chinese chess. I don't like Go. Civilization, yes. If that's CIV, yes, I have played Civilization. Unfortunately, the new Civilization games don't run on my PC because my PC is bad. I think the last one I played was Civilization 5. I think that's the last one I played. No, I personally don't like GTA. I don't like GTA. Takes is still, I mean, Takes, I think you run into this. Everything is wrong. Everything is just bad. Civilization 5 is goated, hey. But yeah, those are the type of games I like. I know I like confusing games. I don't play simple games. Yeah, in terms of simulation, I was saying I like simulation games. The only simulation game I think, if that's the only simulation game I play, is Harvest Moon. That's the only one I play. I used to play The Sims. I've only played Sims 1 and Sims 2. But I don't know the Gandhi bug. I don't know the Gandhi bug. I had no idea about exploits. I just played the game. Yeah. But I personally like Harvest Moon, which is now Friends of Mineral Town. Is that what it's called? No, is it? Story of Seasons. It's now Story of Seasons. I heard the whole story of how Natsume and whatchamacallit. Yeah, so now Story of Seasons. So Room Factory, Story of Seasons, I like those ones. Room Factory is the main reason I like Room Factory is the skills, right? I like things where it's like you have a whole lot of skills you can work on. That's another reason why I like this crazy game, this Gaia. Yeah. And if you've not heard any of the games I'm mentioning, story of my life. But what's the Gandhi bug? I have no idea about it. I have no idea about it. We have E4. I mean, there's nothing you can do. This is over. Gertrude's game. If Gertrude is saving her game, but nah, she isn't. This pawn is enjoying its life. I'm a fast talker. Like, it's very difficult for me to speak slowly. And it's a very simple reason. If you want to know why I talk fast, Now, in Ghana, if adults are speaking, or basically if anybody older than you is speaking, if you are talking, you have to stop talking, right? So if you are in a group speaking and there's someone older than you, whilst you are speaking, if the older person starts to talk, you have to shut up. Do you get it? And I'm the last born of 4. So we are 6 in the family. In other words, everybody is older than me. So it's like anytime I want to talk or I'm talking, somebody older than me is going to speak and I have to shut up. So now the question is, how do you finish your statements if not talking fast? Hence why I talk fast. I have to finish my statement before I get interrupted. That is the only reason why I talk fast. Again, I think that rule doesn't apply anymore. Okay, maybe not in Ghana. Maybe I should just say in the Ghana tradition, right? In the Ghana tradition, that's the reason why I speak very fast. Maybe it's not Ghana in general. Maybe it's the Ghana tradition. Yeah. Because Ghana, I'm from Ghana. Yeah. Let's go back to Clinton's game. Let's see how well he's doing. I'm a little bit sad with Mod's game. So where did we get to? Oh, he's gone for this line. Okay, I mentioned it briefly. He did go for h4. Interesting. Like, Clinton is playing out of his mind. So now do we ignore it? I mean, if you do ignore it, which is what I'm afraid of, if you do ignore it, which is what I'm afraid of, you allow pawn push, right? Of course, this pawn, I'm saying you are always getting this pawn. But I don't know. Clinton, you are our only hope. You are our only hope. And mind you, Clinton saw like some crazy trick here, which I didn't see, which has to do with knight takes. That's like crazy. It was an only move when he found it. So this is where we are. Everybody has lost. Right now, we can hope for a draw. If I turn on my fan any higher than it is, you guys will hear me. Good night. Hey, good night. Thanks for being around, Rohan. Again, sorry. I'll try and see if I can fix subtitles or something. I don't know. Yeah, bishop d6 just makes sense. Wait. It's saying you can also take. Takes, I was thinking king takes. If this happens, then this is losing, right? So how do you play from here? I don't think you'd want to play this. Personally, I think it's not what you'd want to play. Because, I mean, you can only hope your opponent captures this way, which allows you to go this way. Right? And I don't think your opponent is going to do that. I don't know what the detriment to capturing this way is. It says g4. Ah, okay. Okay. You are making headway here. Okay. Okay. That's fine. The lines you are seeing is because of how bad my camera is. Anyways. He went for the... okay. Whew. Whew. I thought he went for this takes. I was like, oh my goodness, this would hurt me. Now, if knight takes, you can take with the king. No, we take with the knight. Because if knight takes, pawn push, let's say, you have knight takes g6. And your king and your knights can actually prevent these guys from moving. And now your opponent will have to deal with these guys, and it's a clear draw. So after takes, you have to make a move. It says bishop c7, so that like if you take here, then you can easily take here. Trust me, I've lost this 1,000 times. I'm very impressed with Clinton's play. I said this the last time during the Olympiad, and he continues to impress me even more. Like, I was thinking I'll be able to do well in the nationals, but looking at how high end he's playing, I'm a little bit worried. Fortunately, I won't have to face him in the phase one. I mean, if I face him, I mean, it will depend. It will depend. He can play a myriad of openings, right? I know he's been playing the Queen's Gambit, but like, oh boy. I'm a little bit worried about my chances. But we'll see. We'll see what happens when we play the national. I have improved this year. I wouldn't know. Maybe in such positions, he has a better understanding than me. But if I'm playing as white against him, I think I'll do well. If I'm playing as black against him, I have no idea how that. Let me see. Yep. I think here allows the king to just hold the position. But then again, you have these moves coming. So eventually you win this. And the bishop can't really defend this guy, right? Because if you're able to push it all the way here, at this point, you have some problem defending it. The draw is beginning to look a little bit obvious. I mean, this is the only game we have. So I'm just biting my nails hoping. His opponent has a whole hour. Clinton just has 2 minutes. Okay, we have a move. Knight takes e5. Okay. Clinton has to play knight takes here. You can play king takes, but knight takes is the one that really strikes a chord. I don't think, yeah, I don't think if, like, for example, after takes and your opponent comes in here playing this move works. I think this is wrong. Because again, in this position, if the trade happens, your king, you're not able to make a queen on this side easily. So yeah, I don't think that works. So he would have to go for that. He goes knight takes e5, yeah, basically. I expected him to see it. Your opponent can't really defend this. So I mean, it's either this or pawn push. Bishop c7, according to the engine, keeps winning chances. But it remains to be seen. Wait, what about bishop here and then f5? Does that change anything? But that's still bad. Yeah, the opponent gets to the opponent. That's that. He plays bishop f6. Huh. What's the difference? I mean, you can still take. It's his point that, like, for example, if takes, pawn push, comes back. Could be wrong, yeah. Because ideally, your knight can always come back and prevent this square. But now this comes in. And again, you are too slow. You know this is a winning position. A4 first, because now the king would have to go this long route. Bishop f6 makes sense, yeah. So knight takes g6, and I think you are going to go g4, g5, or g4, g5. Bishop goes back is still a problem. Huh. It's going to be interesting to see how he does this. Another thing you can do is, for example, go here, hold everything down. And I think this is a move you would possibly maybe want to go for, because this looks safer. This creates threats, right? Going takes here creates threats, because now you're telling your opponent that, okay, I can also make a queen. Wait, but what about if here, then we go knight this way, knight f4. He comes in this way, you come in this way. And the point is, if a4, knight c1, you can't take. You can't take. Am I dreaming? Yes, you can. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, so yeah, after seeing knight f4, I think this works. He plays knight takes g6. Yeah, this is, yeah. Okay, I'm counting my chickens before they hatch. I'm counting my chickens before they hatch. Again, I'm calculating if the opponent is trying to force this idea. Now, there are other intermezzo moves that can be played. There are other moves that can be played, and I'm not calculating those ones. I'm basically just calculating pushing the pawn. So there are many things that can become that there are many moves that can come out of this. I really hope Clinton does it. I think he'll see. I think he'll see it. I haven't calculated c4 first, if that changes anything. I haven't calculated all those moves. Right. So I'm looking at like a4. So let's say c4 first. Does this still work? Because now it prevents the knight from coming in here, which is what we're talking about. And now you can't take it from here. Now the move here is king f7. No, that's for black. I'm still looking at pawn pushes. Knight takes e6. Okay, so let's defend with the king. I think that makes more sense. How do we want to defend, here or here? The pawns are coming in, so let's defend it here. Knight g2. Okay, it's not an only move, so knight e2, which is what I'm thinking about playing. a5. Knight can't come in here. What about if we do this? Allow our opponent to take. It's still a draw. Now this is winning. Okay. Come on, Clinton. It looks like everything leads to a draw. The mistakes you can make are very limited. Of course, this is a very clear mistake you should not make, because the king will not be in time to defend. But comparing it with this position, where if you block takes, you are closer to the pawns, it's a different ball game altogether. His opponent has enough time to consider it, but he doesn't. The beautiful thing is, it's not his time, it's their time. So even though Clinton is on 30 seconds, this is a very tough position where if black is not careful, he could actually make a mistake. But if black really wants to win, he has to really consider it. And if he has to spend 12 minutes to think, Clinton can use those 12 minutes to think. You know, it's a very funny thing I've thought about the chess clock times, is that being really low on time doesn't matter if increment is high. Like if you have a very high increment, like 30 seconds per move, you just use your opponent's time to think. It's something I've been thinking about. In low time situations, increment won't really help, but let's see. Come on. How many hours do you think it's? I mean, if his opponent started blitzing out the moves, then I would be like, okay, then we'll get a draw easily. But with how his opponent is really trying to think to find the best move, I think he's trying to play for a win. Wait, if Clinton beats a FIDE master or a FIDE master, will he get candidate master? It's like he's one of the highest performing Ghanaians who still doesn't have a title. Isn't that funny? It's like he's one of the highest Ghanaians who isn't having a title. Come on. Come on. Wait, Aquanda's game has Aquanda secured the draw? I actually forgot. You know, this game is so exciting, I've forgotten about Aquanda's game. This game is so exciting, I've forgotten about Aquanda's game. Okay. Now, this bishop is completely useless. Okay, it cannot, all it can do is waste moves. So in cases of Zugzwangs, it can only waste moves. Pushing this pawn, I think you just run into takes. Bishop takes, pawn push, takes, king comes in. Your king can come in, I think here. King takes here. Let me just play all these lines. Here, I'm looking at here. Actually, maybe this is wrong. Because your opponent can play one move to come in closer with the king. If what I'm thinking about is correct. Takes. Pawn push. And I was saying... Oh. I was saying try and come in with the king. Pawn push, you can just lock it out, right? You can't lock it out. Okay, here, because if your opponent comes in there, you get the opposition. And if he comes in here, you just repeat. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Yeah, so what I'll try and do, again, I don't know how well I can do this, but I will try and do recaps after every stream 2 games for the men's section, 2 games for the women's section. If I can. I don't know how well I can do it. I'm not going to do any extra analysis. Whatever I've seen on the board is what I'm going to do. So it's going to be very short videos. Just so that you can know the results and know what happened, basically. With minimal editing. I mean, my videos are really even edited. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, now that the pawns are on light squares, this bishop is just useless. Well. Yeah, so this is confirmed, but Clinton's one is... What happened? Okay, we are still on the takes move. Okay. Mod messed up her draw. Unfortunately, I was really hoping for her to get a draw, or at least even convert it to a win. Yeah, so we get h4, knight g5. Yeah. All these are valid. I mean, a draw in the men's section, a draw in the female section. I mean, it's not good, but I mean, it's better than just bleeding throughout, right? At least we have some orifices that aren't bleeding. Oh boy. Knight g5, knight g1, same thing. This bishop can't do anything. I mean, even if you decide, I think maybe there's a trick of not taking with the bishop and trying something else like this. I don't know if that amounts to anything. Again, like I said, the bishop just serves the purpose of giving moves, because right now I cannot really participate. Maybe here you bring the king first. No, king first might run into bishop takes, right? And if takes, why is this winning? He takes, king comes in. And this time the position favors you, because eventually your opponent is going to give you the space. Oh, chess. When you think it's over. When you think it's over, there's always something more. I mean, I think in all lines, that's what happens, right? You just have to ignore, the pawn push, right? You don't have to take. You can ignore it, right? If he takes, you take. We get that same... Sorry, what? Yeah, if he takes, you take. Again, you are winning here. So he can't take. He has to play something else. What about here? Here you take, king takes. Isn't this scary? I think this is what might happen. But then you have king f3. Is that really safe? King f3, I'm looking at the lines I think cause the most problems. You ignore it and come a little bit closer, because if your opponent takes, you can come in here. You can come in with opposition, but then this is what happens. Wait, did I miss something? Yeah. I mean, that's about it. I'm learning endgames as well. Clinton is downtime. Knight f4 is what we calculated. That one also works. And the reason why that is also good is because one of the problems with all the lines we're calculating is that the king is a little bit too far behind. So here, like I said, I didn't look at everything. G4, H4. Wow. Okay, this is scary. Wait, do we have this? Here, pawn push. Nah, that's not safe. That is not safe. He doesn't have the time to think about. This is not something that we've been looked at briefly. Okay, G4 would have been okay, but this is also fine. H4 first, you still have to think about this. This is a sneaky way to do it, because if you go like G4, G5, I think it's easier for your opponent to deal with it. But if you go here first, maybe. I'm thinking it's a sneaky way, but Could f4 be a possibility? A4 is scary. A4, you have to come in here. And now with A4, F4 can be played. Eventually the king is going to come in, which is where I'm worried. G4. Wow. G4, okay, there's no pressure on the knight. Again, this is like the 2-pawn defense thing. So oh, we're watching these lines. Okay, these are the lines we're looking at. King c4, a4 can be played. A4 g4. No, yeah, a4 g4. You have to go g4 here. I mean, I believe he'll figure it out. Like I said, my respect for his ability to see moves has really gone up. So I think he'll see g4. You just have to waste a move. You just have to realize that you have to waste a move. But what I haven't considered is this a problem? Oh, he goes a4, g8, g4. Okay, we've already seen that he went to a4, so g4. Why did he think that? The king can stop them on his own. You needed the knight because your king can't defend everything. If you go king back, wait, okay, king back. Now this king has all the free moves in the world, right? If your opponent had to move the pawns, then you have a point. Maybe you have a point, but I shouldn't have said that. I jinxed him. I'm sorry, guys. I jinxed him. Yeah, I think he was worried. That was the same problem I had when this whole position came in. The engine tells me that it's fine and everything, and you have to waste this move. And the problem that you face is, wait, my knight can't move. That's the problem you'll be thinking about. But so what I was trying to calculate is this, and seeing if this helps us to free our knight, right? Here. Come back. And you have to keep doing this, right? So if you don't want it to happen, then you have to allow the knight to go free by coming in here, allowing the knight to go free. Like this. And then here you have a point. That was the eager thing. That was the thing you had to see. That was what you had to see. Because you can't defend these three on your own. By now he has realized that he's losing. By now he has realized that he has realized it. I think he would have realized it by now. Like, you can't. Like, what are you going to do? Right? Okay, I come in here, king comes in here. I come in here, king comes in here. I can't take this because this guy's moving. What are you going to do here? There's nothing he can do. He has realized it. He's realized it. Yeah, he resigned. My bad. I jinxed him. I jinxed him. You know, and this is the beautiful thing. I know I'm looking at the engine and everything, but this is why you don't trust engine evaluations. They are correct objectively, but remember that you are human beings. Is it? Wait. Is he trying to do something here? Check again. Here. No, where are we going? How about check again? Yeah. No. What? How do we get here? We need to get here. Aha. So check here. No, here. I was thinking that's what he was going for. Like he was going for, sorry, here to target these two guys. I thought that's what he was going for. Guys, we are getting all washed. Bishop to e4. Bishop e4, you can't take here. And now the king is, you know, in the previous position, the king was here. He had to come in here. Now the king is here, so he gets the zook swung. Where was the miss? Or what did the opponent do to trick him? Wait. He didn't go for... Okay, I don't know. I don't know what he was looking at here. I don't know. Isn't this the problem piece? There's always the assumption in your mind that you are losing. It's unless you can calculate and see everything. Trust me, I possibly would have made the same mistakes all of them are making. It could also be like you are tired. You've really calculated all this time and you are just tired. I'm speechless. What else can I say? Oh well. Pretty sad. I don't want to dwell on this a little bit longer than I already have. But thank you guys so much for joining the stream. Sad how this ended. But yeah. We'll continue tomorrow. I don't know. I want to wait for the game to end before I make the recap. But I don't know. I mean, again, it may not be too obvious. Right? It may not be too obvious. At a point, it will become clear. Again, the move is also a little bit difficult to see. Maybe I should wait a little bit more. Because the point is you want to play this. And if you still try and get the pawn, then there are some issues. Of course, you can try and go this way or go knight to e5, saying that you want to win the pawn, but now the king is stepping into the position some. And if the king can infiltrate, the king can get. So the moment the king infiltrates, that's what he realized. But you have to see this move, which I don't think is easy. Oh, wait, what? Is this what happened? Wait, what? We got a repeat of the position. Is he actually giving us the chance to go this way? Wait, wait, or is this one of those blockades thing that the engine can't calculate blockades? Oh no, I think he's not seeing what he's supposed to see. 95. We've already had this move. 95 again. He may be forced to see it. Oh, this position has happened already, right? Sort of. He's also afraid. Like, the point is kind of afraid. Wait, he just triangulated, right? He did triangulate. Yeah, he just triangulated. Haha. Interesting. So do we just go here? This is bad, okay. You just go back. You can't do much. Oh boy. King G5. I'm sorry if I'm quiet, it's because like I really don't know what's going on right now. Not like I don't know what's going on right now. I'm a little bit demotivated because every opportunity I thought we had to either draw, like get a result, stop the bleeding some way. Somehow we didn't. And I don't know how we get this position. Yeah, most of the games have ended. That's fine. Stream started a little bit late today. Started around like 2. Tomorrow I'm sure we'll start at 1 latest. Maybe by day 3, I guess. Maybe day 3, because some people have still not stepped in. So yeah. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance. Let's keep hope. But I'll be ending the stream soon. So please, if you haven't liked, if you haven't commented, if you haven't subscribed or followed, either on YouTube or Twitch, please do. I would much appreciate it. Help us get to 200 if we aren't already there. I can't see my my channel, but I'll really appreciate it if you could do that. Yeah. Alright, waiting for 95. He plays 95. Cool. It could be the whole blockade thing I'm not seeing. But the engine has a very interesting move here, which is very funny. We are at 200. Yes! Oh, guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Woo! I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the likes, the comments, the subscriptions. We are 200. 800 more. Yay! Oh, goodness. Why didn't I pick an easier channel where I just post myself playing the games I love to play, which are not difficult to play? Where you don't have to study 15 billion combos. Okay, maybe Yu-Gi-Oh is a little bit complex, but yeah, I mean, I sometimes watch you post walkthroughs and I'm like, yeah, this seems like something you can do. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. We are 200. Hey, hey, another milestone. Let me look at it. Let me look at it. How long have we been on for? Wow, I've streamed for 4 hours and I haven't slept. The last time I streamed for 4 hours, I was dozing during the stream. I think today I've done well. Oh, goodness. 4 hours and 27 minutes of my life. 4 hours and 27 minutes of my life. Guys, just pray. If I do very well this year and next year, actually, if I do well next year, I could be representing. And maybe I'll leave the channel with one of you guys to do the coverage. And you only cover my board. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, it's cool. We had 200. Oh, I love it. So great. So great. Oh, boy. Maybe this is I don't know. You know, the engine can't actually calculate for blockades. So if this is a blockade and you can just keep on repeating 95, then we are in luck. If not, I mean, our opponent has 16 minutes to use. Oh boy. So guys, again, tomorrow I'll be streaming with a friend, Brandon. He's also a streamer. He streams on Twitch. So tomorrow I'll solely be streaming on YouTube, because if I dare stream on 2 platforms, you will not enjoy the stream. Let's just make it that simple. So I'll be streaming with Brandon, and we will not solely, I mean, I'll try my best to focus on the Ghanaian games, but with him there, I'm sure he'd want to also see his country's games and maybe some other interesting games that would come up. But since I'm the only one today, it's only Ghana. But we'll try our best to focus on it. I'll be also interested in seeing his insights concerning the games. I think that will help a lot. Yeah. So I hope you'll be interested in seeing that. Same time tomorrow, 1 p.m. GMT. I'll see you guys. We have 1 more minute. Okay. It's officially 6 p.m. Thank you guys. I appreciate your being around. I will see you tomorrow. I'll wait for this game to end, but I'll start recording the recap so that I don't lose the motivation for it. Oh, we have this nice move king here, and we continue the exact same procedure, because now after this we have this which targets this, and when we come back our opponent may not have a way to defend against the pass pawn. These guys keep giving me hope. I'm killing my own hope, and I'm ending the